Okay, we're back ready to go.
Has he got us live? No.
We are live, Chris. All right. I have a motion moved by Bill Everett, second by Lynn Clegus, that council rise from closed session pursuant to section 239(3)(1) of the Municipal Act for the purposes of educating and training members. All those in favor? Carried. All right. Now we are at the staff report, budget deliberations for 2024. My suggestion is it's 20 to 10. We'll take a break about to 10:45. And then we'll just a short break and then we'll go back at it. So Michael, the floor is yours.
Put this in escape.
We're getting there, Madam Mayor.
I can give you permission if that helps.
Okay, so we should be coming up. There we go. All right, so welcome council to the December 15th, 2024 draft budget presentation. There have been a few changes since what was put into your presentation. So I'll quickly go through them. County planning services went up by $8,000. Our gas tax went down by $57,000. The OCIF formula went down by $36,000. Recycling contract revenue went up by $40,000. And we put in $10,000 for a substance survey, or not we, based on the asset retirement obligations that we're going through right now. So that has resulted in, I believe it's 5.4% levy increase right now from what was presented to council in their documents.
Do you have any good news?
The recycling contract revenue went up by 40,000, but it really pretty much almost comes down to a 1% levy increase for a reduction in revenues that we've received from levels of government.
Just a comment. Those revenues went down, but our interest revenues went up.
In the budget, yes, the interest that we're getting from the bank did increase substantially.
Do they offset each other?
The interest that we're getting from the bank more than offsets it, but I still don't like to see revenues going down when we're a small municipality and have limited funds and still think we extremely need it.
For sure. But as far as the impact, we're still okay.
We're still okay in the end. It's just a difference from what was presented to council initially at the 5%. That's more so what I wanted to get across. Okay, from the beginning. Okay, so what council is seeing here is the version to version adjustments where department heads initially started at $18 million. We did adjust down almost 3.8 and had initially presented council with a $14 million budget. Upon further direction, we brought it down to the 5% levy or $10 million. And I know that council has already read through these, so I won't stop too much on them. But here you're just seeing the 5%. You probably, yeah, you can't see my mouse. Okay. You can see the 5% levy increase. No, don't think so.
On your screen, you can't.
Chris?
Like it's quite useless for some of us. Lynn, can you read it from where you are?
How's that?
Oh, that's much better.
I am sharing the presentation, which is on my screen. Okay, I'm seeing the presentation on this back TV. You are not seeing it go up and like get bigger or smaller?
You can drag this on here.
We don't see that when you guys share different.
Well, this is what I'm,
Share a different screen.
You go.
Yeah, see, they're getting this, Michael.
Just press exit. Click here.
where?
This new share.
How many people does it take to change the monitor?
You can actually see it? Okay. Thank you for everybody's help. That was fun. Not. So you can now see the 5% levy increase on the screen. And okay, so now you can't see my mouse, but that's okay. All right, so budget highlights. Obviously, we're at now 5.4%, and I could get the dollars in a minute, but about $520,000. The operating budget. Did you have a question, Councillor Gaddy? Hey, Mike. Sorry.
Or, I'm sorry, your year to date on the previous screen, your year to date total, actual totals, when are they as of like yesterday or like the end of October? Where are they? Third column.
I'm gonna say end of November 27th or December 1st, I think.
So end of November.
There'd be at least one batch since we processed this.
Okay,
And I can bring that up to screen and give you an actual dollar amount once I'm back to that software.
okay. No, that's perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. So the operating budget is up around 9%. The capital draft, again, budget is down 18%. The overall tax rate is increasing by 3% with the 2.8% now confirmed instead of estimated on the slide for a county tax rate. The average tax there, if you own the average property, because assessments haven't increased yet, would see a $65 increase. Need me to slow down? Okay, trying to keep my voice a little slower. So for every 1% levy that we increase, it's an additional $100 in taxes or $10 that the resident will see. And we all know when we go to the gas station, it can change by $10, it seems, per tank. This slide is meant to show us from Citywide, which is our asset management software. At the bottom, you can see that we're supposed to be spending, or they suggest, $5.1 million a year. In 2023, we had budgeted 3.7, and that may be beyond our means. And you can see by each category, if you want to look at that, and obviously roads is our biggest, bridges next.
Can I just make a comment about
Absolutely.
the whole asset management plan that we started back, I don't know, 5-6 years ago? In my mind, was simply to keep reminding us that there's multi-million dollars needed for all of the assets that we own, including roads. So when they say we need 5 million per year, that's not realistic. That would be as if every asset died at the same time in order for us to put them back.
Yeah, so the 5 million is what they suggest to keep things repaired and working properly. And as you have commented appropriately, we have no money, or we don't have enough money for it. There's more than we'll ever be able to do. But it does let us know that where approximately we're at. Like we've used 33% approximately of what our asset value is. The road will still be there. It might be bumpy. The building will still be there, but it might not be safe. And I mean, it is a reminder continually of, say, in a sense, how bad we are, but we're not alone. There are other municipalities in the same spot and worse spots.
It sure is a reality check. And knowing that we're in a sad business in that the province dumped highways on us that we can't afford.
Yep.
And yet things like our community halls, we can't afford because of that.
And the other unfortunate part is that property taxes are our main source. We don't have development charges right now. I do think 1% HST increase is the answer. AMO did a survey a number of years ago. You've heard me say it before, where we were supposed to get approximately $1.5 million. That would hit the asset annual capital deficit and then some. We need a sustainable revenue source versus putting it on the backs of the property taxpayers. So reserves. In the 2024 draft budget, we have now, after being directed to bring it down to 5%, I felt the best way was pulling 1.7 million from reserves, which at least is pulling less money than what we had before. I have to correct that number. Sorry, I think I pulled up the wrong presentation. I figure Steve would like that. Discretionary reserves is at about 4.7. and year-end estimate with what we have yet to pull out for other capital project money not spent is 4.2, which would be 51% of our budgeted operating expenses. And after taking into what we're going to pull out or proposing to pull out in 2024, we might be at 2.5 million, which again, we're already lower than what our neighbors are, and our loans are higher. And you'll see that in the next document. If a bridge goes, there are ways to do it. We can take out a loan. We do have borrowing capacity. Not that I want to go that high, but it's nice to have reserves there so we can borrow from ourselves, so we can invest the money and make a little bit more money than maybe what the interest that we get in the bank account.
Michael, just a question on the transfers from reserves of the 1.7. What portion of that would be reserves brought back in because the job has been brought back in that didn't get done from previous years?
Portion is about 600,000 is money of projects from 2023 that are being moved over to 2024. So yes, when we look at what capital money we're spending, to Mr. Keely's point, pull that out of what's there, and that's actually what we're increasing our spending for 2024.
And I think that's important for council to note that the jobs that did get done, the funds were raised last year for that, and they will be in reserves.
Correct.
So when we put the job back in, we bring that money back in to match it. So out of this 1.6 million, really, we're only taking 1 million out of reserves that wasn't already accounted for.
In a sense, yes. So this is our current debt situation as of November 20th. We have almost $2.3 million in debt for a medical center, Crow Lake Road loan, a loan that we took out in 2021, and the capital lease that we currently have. So we are at 31% of our borrowing capacity at the bottom left, if you're looking for the number. And the other information is there, is just to show you where we've been at in the different years. And the lowest we've been is $600,000 in 2018. So again, current debt 2.3, 31% of our limit is used. The proposed debt in 2024, so along with pulling 1.7 from reserves, we're proposing to pull out 2 loans. And again, excuse me, council, for a second. Now we have a better looking presentation that Mr. Keely, I should have remembered, he put these blue and brown lines here, which it makes it look exceptional. Well, it's black and blue. Maybe I'm brown. Matches the loon. There you go. So I'll just go to that slide that we were at. So budget survey results. 76 responses were received. So this is going back. I'm sorry, council, that I had the wrong one up there. I forgot. 60, and again, there's only 76 responses received. So take it for what it is. We do have 4,000 permanent population, 11,000 in the summer. 67% want services to stay the same or increase. 19% say that they're okay with increasing property taxes enough to maintain services. 23% are good with a reasonable increase to property taxes to meet asset management obligations and to ensure long-term sustainability while keeping current service levels. And 25% are okay with a reasonable increase to enhance services. And you do have the full budget response and document on your desk. So capital asset consumption. This is just saying that basically we're at that 33% left of capital asset book value. But the asset management plan says that we should be increasing our tax levy at least 1.5% per year to get back on track. And then we have the reserves again, just with the correct number of 644,000 less that we're pulling from reserves in 2024 than in 2023. And just a little comment at the bottom, in your initial documents that went out, there was a very good primer on reserves from MFOA that talked about what we should be using reserves for. Again, funding capital projects, we could take loans from ourselves, we can invest the money, not for operational items. So just, yeah, and or cover emergencies. So again, going back to the current debt being 2.3 million, 31% of the budget or repayment loan limit used. And 2024, you can see the new draft proposed loans in blue for a fire tanker at 541,000 and Henderson Road for $1,046,000. We picked those projects, but you could sit there and put it for anything really in the budget. So even though we've picked on Public Works and Fire, it's not meant to be mean to them. It's just they're easy ones to pull out and finance. So the big picture at the bottom is the percentage of the limit used. We would be at 49% of our borrowing capacity. And there are ways to structure the loans. They have been structured right now as repayments over 5 years, which I feel puts us living more within our means than making it another 10-year loan, because you're just delaying the inevitable. The other options are we could take out a 1-year loan, hope interest rates go down and renew the loan for 4 years, or we could take it out now at the, I think it was different ranges between 4.5 and 5.4 approximately. Yes, Councillor McGregor. Through Madam Mayor.
You said our debt was the lowest in 2018. And since 2018, it's been steadily increasing. Is that, it was on the other side, but it's not on.
Yeah. It's gone up and down. Sorry. Yeah, I'm still on. Okay. It's gone up and down over the years, depending on what we paid. We just paid off the fireworks and public works equipment loan this year. So that's why it was looking a little bit lower and potentially gives us that room to take out, but it goes up and down. I mean, it's been anywhere from 20% to proposed 49%.
Is 49% the highest we've seen in like the past 10 years?
It's the highest that I've seen, yes. My comfort level is probably the 25%. There was a treasurer's session that I was at one point, and I think the comfort level of most treasurers and previous fire chief kind of pushed my comfort level up to that strategic 50%. And if you need to, and this is what we feel we need as council's direction, then we take out the loan and we do it. But there's no, I don't want to say there's no space. Again, you can tailor a new loan. If it's a brand new building, you could do it over 20 years and then be within your repayment capacity. So there are ways to do it. It just, again, that living within your means feels like, you know, that's why I put it over a 5-year loan versus longer. So it goes up and down. We don't have a debt policy right now. Again, that's another thing I've been wanting to work on. And I think in their strategic ranges, 25 to 50%, or have criteria as to where council's comfortable with approving where we stay in, right? Just to have, at least have a range. So.
Okay, Philip.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Michael, you mentioned earlier we could borrow from our own reserves. So I think we've conceptually thought we would do that before, but we never put the money back in reserves. So if you do that, how do you incorporate that so we know that we are actually putting that money back in? Because and then to follow with that, would it be better to take from ourselves in reserves and then have the capacity to borrow in the future if an accident happens we need to deal with?
Through Madam Mayor, Councillor Smith, and I apologize for missing that routine that way. We certainly could. I don't, and I know it's going to come up at some point. I believe that we will have a surplus at the end of the year, and we created a report with FMW, but I don't have the analysis done as to where, why, or how much. So I think we'll have something that should at least offset some of the reserves that we're pulling out. We could, and in a sense, it's honestly, Councillor Smith, it's probably almost a better strategy with the way interest rates are right now. But I believe that our bank is at around 5.5%, and we'd be taking loans out of it the same. So talking out loud, it's maybe in a wash. So does it feel better to have that $50 in your pocket, or take out a loan from whoever when you need to. It's something I wouldn't mind giving a little more thought to. But I mean, if council's direction is to pull it from reserves, then we do that.
Well, let's go on at this point, but we'll put that to the back of our minds.
Okay. So as I already highlighted, highlight the changes actually, OMPF has decreased by almost $30,000. The OCIF formula has decreased by $37,000. And the gas tax now we know has decreased by 57,000. So between those three changes, yeah, the levy would have to increase by almost 1.2% to maintain status quo.
The gas tax, Michael.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Canada Community Benefit Form Funding. Sorry.
Okay. Previously called the gas tax.
Yes.
How is that determined and why is it down? Is it people are traveling less? What's it based on?
Can I come back to you with that answer,
Sure.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll remind you.
Good. I believe we asked that and we got an email and I just want to double check before I
Okay.
say something wrong.
It just seems funny that, more people are traveling after COVID and yet the gas tax is down.
We got the same money or more money when COVID was going on and less people were traveling. So
Yeah.
you know,
So maybe the formula needs to be looked at.
they're always looking at the formulas and sometimes for good reason.
Yeah.
So some expense adjustments, fuel is up, sounds like a big number at 42,000, but it's 7%. And the way the pump goes, I don't think that's unreasonable at all. Heat and hydro is up by about the same amount. Insurance is up. We saw the renewal the other day and it was 8.9%. Why you're seeing 13% here is we've added a couple of deductibles in there, something I hadn't factored in and we're kind of increasing that each year. So if we do happen to get a lawsuit, then we've got the deductible money there and that will go into reserves and offset anything potential. Vehicle repairs, you can see, is only up 2%. There's no difference in sand and salt, and contracts overall are up $34,000 over the 2023 budget numbers. Conservation authorities, hopefully this wasn't a confusing slide, but overall they're down by $50,000. But because we had the floodplain mapping in last year, which was an $85,000 expense in the budget, it's not there. The regular levy increased by $5,800, and the Quinty has a 10-year capital levy, which we haven't seen from the other two, so I'm crossing my fingers, but that's at $32,000. The development charge study is still in there with the county, hoping to do something this year, I guess, and it's coming from reserve, so it's not really a new project. The salary and benefits overall in the budget is an increase of 520,000. The CPI from October to October was 3.3%, which equals about the 104,000. Salary increases over the 4 different positions there is 313. 2 are because in trying to budget conservatively, we don't budget for the position for a whole year, we budget for half a year, but obviously that impacts the following year that we have to budget for the whole year. And benefits are up 103,000, and that's not just benefits, sorry, as in health and dental, that's CPP, EI, workers' comp and whatnot. So maybe not so fun summary is 5.4% levy increase, borrowing $1.6 million and transfer from reserves for pulling 1.7 currently. So that's the end of that presentation. And
Michael, can I just go back to septic reinspection position
Yep.
half year?
yes,
That is to pay for someone to do it or to hire staff to do it?
that's to hire a new employee as is being directed by the development services manager that is needed to run that department appropriately.
Okay, so that is one that needs to be discussed.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm sure we'll do that once we get to Andy's department.
yes, okay.
Philip's got a question.
Philip?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask on that same thing, volunteer fire pay increase. Did we not budget for their pay increases last year? So why would it be an increase in the 2024 budget?
So there is an increase. I think there's almost an increase every year. So we would have budgeted for an increase last year. There's the full year of firefighter benefits is part of that increase, but the pay itself is also increased.
And more people. Mhm.
So fire chief saying more people as well.
Right?
Mhm.
Okay, where do you want to go to next?
Council.
Oh,
Madam Mayor?
sorry. Councillor Irwin. No, Deputy Mayor Irwin now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The manager of planning and development services, that's a position to be filled?
Yes, that is. That's
Okay.
That is Cindy's.
Cindy's position
Yeah,
there. Yes.
that's what I assumed, but
Yes.
just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Sorry, I know I gave it out to paper form, in paper form to council this morning, but I just wanted to run through this little slide. So this is a comparison to our neighbors, which we always do, and it's good to remember that the financial information return, which is where this information comes from, is not always apples to apples. So as treasurers, we do try to complete it the same way, but I think there's always interpretation. And so just keep that in mind. But the total taxes, we have 24% more tax levy revenue than north and 160% less than south. Our taxes, we are the highest as has been, reported before per 100,000 by $300 to north and 351 to south. Our taxes per household were $401 higher than north and 255 than south. But if you look at the taxes per road kilometer, we're 19% less than north and 61% less than south. And honestly, that's the only spot on here where we win for the most part. I say that hesitantly just because I look at the next line and we do have, and this is as of 2022, 37% of our capital assets value or net book value left. So we're competing with south and we're better than north right now.
But that's interesting when you look at the total road kilometer, because we have more kilometers than north and we have a 38 highway
We do, and I'll bring up those kilometers in
and a
a,
road 509.
yeah, and we do have more kilometers, and I did have another slide here that maybe I didn't transfer into PDF, so I'll grab that in a second. Reserves were definitely less than north and we're way less than south. So they have that flexibility to borrow from reserves when they want instead of taking out a loan and paying higher interest rates.
And they've had development charges for years.
And development charges would have helped with that as well. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good point, Madam Mayor. So our assessment, you can see the difference there. We're 33 million more than north, 2.5 billion less than south. And full-time employees, we have more. Again, this is where the apples to apples comment comes in, where students recorded in different townships. I recorded them. Maybe they weren't, maybe they took the employees at the end of the year. And our debt as it stood as 2022. Obviously, you can see the difference between north and south. Well, it's quite a bit.
Okay.
And that's really all that I wanted to go through. And from my perspective, I mean, I know there's going to be more questions once we go through different departments. So we'll go there and I'll get those road kilometers for you.
So we suggested, since the two biggest parts of the budget is roads and fire, that we do those today.
Mhm.
And if
We'll
we
start
can
with
get
fire.
through those, we can go on, but they're definitely the biggest.
So fires will be first.
So fire is going to be first. Yeah, you're going to need to give us pages.
Michael's got to tell us what pages.
I'm assuming that council would rather go through the version to version adjustments and then that's easy. Okay, so I'll put that one up on screen then and get you the page number here. Okay, I have other copies up here, Kathy.
maybe before we start, I can give a little explanation. We ask each of the managers to come to the meeting today and talk about what their job is and what they do and how they do it. And so if there's any questions about what their staff does and how they do it, they can answer those as well. So that's where we're starting.
High level overview of the of what we've done since 2020 when I started here. Go ahead with the first one there. Thank you. So as was discussed by Tony Fleming, we follow the FPPA. So we perform all statutory duties of the Fire Protection Prevention Act, Emergency Management, and the Civil Protection Act, and any other legislation that's applicable to the administration or operation of our department. We report to council as required by the Fire Protection and Prevention Act and the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. We also develop and establishing and implementing policies, standard operating procedures and guidelines, general orders and department rules, and other measures as the fire chief may consider necessary for the proper administration and efficient operation of the fire department. And that would be through our standard operating guidelines, that we would do that in our establishing regulating bylaw that council approved. Next slide, please. So these are all the different sections that we that the department looks after. So in our administration, we have human resources, customer relations, planning, budget, policy, records management, facilities, fleet replacement, quality insurance, and bylaws obviously is under our department. Under the emergency management, we follow the emergency management program, health and risk assessments, implement and the ministry's emergency management program, and emergency operations centers, the EOCs, the emergency control group, and the emergency information officer is also included in that. It falls under us. And with fire prevention, we obviously have code enforcement, public education, plans review if we're asked, and fire investigations. With training, we maintain and implement training and education programs, evaluate our programs and the effectiveness of our programs, and we maintain our training resources. In our emergency response operations, we have the fire responses, rescues, medicals, health and safety, our PPE, our personal protective equipment, respiratory protection, our supplies and special operations, and our communications. And then our mechanical was fleet replacement and maintenance. Next slide, please. So this is what we're currently responsible for delivering on the following. It's I think I've brought this to council before. It's fire prevention, public education, fire investigation, hazardous materials, fire suppression, interior and exterior, training, water rescue, ice water rescue, wildland firefighting, and medical response. Next slide, please. So this is an overview from when I started here. We had approximately 40 to 43 firefighters that were on staff, which left the department with 40 vacancies. Little or no training was being done due to the lack of attendance on the training nights. Health and safety section 21 guidelines were not being followed. There was no records or anything being documented. The NFPA certification was not being completed. Stations were operating in silos. They were operating independently. The morale was extremely low, and crews were very skeptical of new management making any improvements. And that was a big one. Next slide, please. Fire stations were generally in poor condition. The apparatus bays were unkept. Administrative areas were neglected and unsanitary. Severe interior water damage due to the roof leak at Station 3 at Charlotte Lake. The water was unsafe for consumption in all the stations, and the trucks were not washed. And we also had an issue with the Charlotte Lake Station. The well from the works yard was bringing water into the fire station and contaminating the water in the fire station there. I found that out through putting in water softeners and so on, and I had the water tested. So the majority of the equipment was not being maintained to manufacturer standards, i.e. is the bunker gear, ice water rescue equipment, etc. The list went on. And the records weren't kept for purchase and maintenance of equipment. So our asset management wasn't being followed. We didn't know what year, what was bought, how it was bought. So that was something we had to look at as well. Next slide, please. So overview to date. Currently, we have 63 firefighters on staff. We're still needing more. We're hoping we're going to have more. Our training nights and weekends are well attended now. Our morale is up. Firefighter level 1 and 2 and NFPA certification is in progress. Thanks to Jesse. Crews from all the stations are working well together. I just had a Christmas dinner with the Parhams group, and we had 52 people there. So it's really coming along well. Morale, as I said, has improved very much. We've been very fortunate with the people. They're very happy with the way things are going. Health and safety section 21 guidelines are adhered to. And we have a stable and structured environment. So what I mean by that is our uniforms and our recognition for accomplishments is being recognized by the support of council. We've had a lot of people come up and thank us for the uniforms at different events. They're quite pleased with that. And we're just seeing all in general that everybody's very happy with the way things are going. We keep so our records are all entered in FirePro now. So with our asset management and all that, Michael has it also with his programs. We keep track of all our equipment when we buy it, when it's serviced, when it goes out to be sent out for service. So it's all being tracked. So I decided to send out a survey last month. We got about a 40% reply, and 40% are still saying that communication could be better. So what I'm planning to do is do a monthly newsletter to all the stations, to each individual firefighter, to give them an update on where things are at. For example, budget, let them know how that's going. But 100% we're satisfied with the direction and the changes we've done since we started. So that's been pretty positive. Next slide, please. So the stations have greatly improved. As I said, the apparatus bays are now cleaned on a regular basis. We have people that come into the stations on their own time and just do it randomly, which is great. The roof has been replaced in Station 3 with council's blessing on that. Was good. We got that fixed, and the interior drywall repairs were done by one of the firefighters. They painted it all and did it all for free, which was good. As I said, we've installed water softeners in all the stations. Water testing now is being done on a regular basis, and the cross-contamination issue was corrected at Station 3. Equipment checks and maintenance completed monthly and submitted to administration is something that we put in place. And our records are documented, as I said, for purchase and repairs, maintenance of equipment. Next slide, please. So I'll let Jesse talk. Go ahead.
Sure. So
Oh, I'll get the
We
mic
have a
over.
question. Nikki.
Sorry, is there a question?
Yeah, actually, it's not a question. It's Chief, you've instituted a health and safety protocol. You have committees and all of that you've also done, which is commendable to you. I wanted you to be commended for that.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning, council. So just a quick kind of overview. So as you are all aware, it's legislatively required for us to have a public education program in terms of smoke alarm awareness and other education. It's also arguably the most important pillar of the fire service. So currently we are working kind of on a request complaint in terms of code enforcement. So we evaluate any complaints that come in. If it's deemed that it's a valid complaint, then we have to do our follow-up. We have more or less an educational approach to that until it becomes quite apparent that it will not be an educational solution. And then we move into the second branch, which is our code enforcement. And this is all legislated through the FPPA for us to be doing. Ideally, and in 2024, we will be kind of expanding upon our public education awareness and programming, just with starting halfway through the year. We had other prioritized items, which we'll touch on in terms of the training and getting that under wraps. We have to, under the authority that the fire marshals kind of pass down to and delegate to, investigate all fires that occur. So that's one of the things they are requiring, as the chief can kind of vouch for, more and more from us, with, as everything else seems to be from the province, less and less support from that, and what that means is we have a certain directive that we have to report to the OFM certain types of fires above a cost. If there's injuries, historically, they would send us an OFM investigator. This is becoming less and less prevalent. And on top of that, insurance companies are now spending more and more and sending more and more third-party investigators to get their own opinions. So it's one of those things that will end up increasing the liability to us to be performing at that standard. So that's kind of where we're sitting at that. Do you want to do the CRA portion, Matt?
So the risk assessment, as you know, we had to do it was mandated by the fire marshal's office to complete a risk assessment. They are due in next year in July. We did complete ours with third party. So this was giving an educational piece to council as to what the risks are identified in our community. With that, the fire master plan dovetails into that to decide the level of service that we want to give to our community. Next slide, please. So the emergency management piece, we again with third party updated our emergency plan, our emergency response plan. That has been completed and submitted to the fire marshal's office in their portal. I spoke to them as recently as yesterday. They wanted more information, so we sent that off. So hopefully they're satisfied with that now. So we also, with our mutual aid and automatic aid agreements, we did put an automatic aid agreement in place with North Frontenac to assist them. That'll be evaluated probably in the middle of next year, and then we'll decide whether we're going to continue that. That was the discussion that was made there. Once South Frontenac has appointed their new chief, we hopefully will be able to approach them and get an agreement with them to cover our south end of the municipality. Next slide, please. So this is Donna's piece on what she does for her duties. So obviously it's on the fire side, she addresses all the queries and fire permits documentation for Fire Pro. She enters all our incidents and our weekly training entries. She tracks our inventory, equipment purchases. She also enters into the budget for that. She does the payroll for us and monthly council reports, and she ensures that the data with Kingston Dispatch, it works with our own reports internally. And then the invoicing for our MVCs. So we remember that we put a bylaw in place to invoice for all of MVC. So she accounts for that as well. Next slide, please. She also monitors our social media and information. She enters and codes the invoices for obtaining purchase orders, provides investigation reports to insurance companies, provides the quarterly reports to the OFM. We have to put it into their database every 3 months. Records the minutes in the monthly chief meetings. So the chief meetings we try to have at least once a month, unless something comes up to be more frequent. We process and assist our firefighters with the equitable life inquiries and maintain firefighter personnel files. As her daily task, she addresses public queries regarding municipal bylaws, maintains office supplies for municipal staff, lottery licensing, receives prioritized emails, and accessibility documentation verification. Next slide, please. And then she looks after cemeteries. I don't think I'll go through all that. Thank you. Keep going. Thanks. So this is training. I'm going to pass it back to Jess. Thank you.
So as you are all aware, I was brought on with one of the primary tasks of kind of bringing up everything to the mandatory certification. So meeting Ontario Regulation 34322, which is essentially the province has dictated or mandated that we all have to be certified to certain levels based off of our positions in the fire service. This is not a small undertaking for our fire crews, so I will point out that I have could not be more proud of our crews for dedicating that amount of time, because it is a large undertaking for them to take this on. Part of the ways we do that and how we are operating currently, so there are essentially, to run internally to get our certification, we have two options. We can run learning contracts through the Ontario Fire College. We still have to pay them their fees per student, or we can accredit our own program. So in developing and accrediting directly through AS&E, which is the governing body for Ontario for provincial certification. So to meet the NFPA standards, and in all honesty, we can tailor those programs a little more specifically to our direct needs. So it's not, essentially, it's not more large urban area specific, which makes it a little more feasible for our crews. Currently, we are running our own accredited Fire One and a hazmat program, which we've completed. I'll touch on a little bit later. Some of the other pros of running some of this internal, it does a lot of different things. It also allows us to kind of develop and build an instructor base internally, which is, two-front beneficial to us. It gains more confidence in our people. They are able to actively participate on both sides, student and as the instructor, but it also brings our team together as a unified unit. And as instructors develop, that's one of the key functioning skills of developing a succession plan for officers. It's actually a requirement to becoming an officer is to take the instructor level 1 program. So it's allowing us to do that. Next slide, Chris.
Said that too. So just to add to that, so when the stations were running independently, nothing was, when it came to an incident or a fire scene, it wasn't functioning the way it should function. So having the groups all train, as Jesse said, together as a group, the interaction is fantastic. It's just been marvelous what he's done. And Jesse's done an excellent job of this. But that's the vision I had when I came here, is to try and get everybody working as one department.
So with this slide, I just wanted to kind of give you a excuse me, quick overview of where we're kind of sitting in terms of phase 1 of our actual mandatory certification. So currently we have 42 of our firefighters that are certified or grandfathered through the OFM to NFPA 1001 level 1, which is quite high considering we're running around, I think it was between 63 and 67 firefighters. So that's fantastic. We have 14 currently certified to the hazardous materials operations level, and in completing the recent internal hazmat, we've now had 10 firefighters that have completed the requirements for firefighter level 2. And that's kind of the 3 programs that are the minimum requirements to be a full service interior rated firefighter. And then just with the 2 programs that we've ran since July, the Fire One and the hazmat, I once again like to point out we had all 4 stations represented on both the student and the instruction side. So that's a very good sign for us that everybody is starting to come together as a unified department as opposed to kind of some isolation. Next slide, please. So I wanted to just, yes.
Thank you, Fran. Just wanted to ask, the training that you were talking about, has that all been done in-house now?
Thus far, yes, sir.
Okay, no, thank you.
The only thing that we haven't done, there's been some specialized programs, and that's the public educator program. And we've had one firefighter that's been very active in wanting to get that, and it's going to benefit us. It already has, actually. They've been out to the schools. So that's certified as a public educator. So we didn't have that program internally yet. We've been busy trying to get the firefighters in place first. So that's, and that wasn't a big cost. I think it was like $500. So sorry.
Yes. No. So with, oh, sorry. Yes.
I just wondered, can we train other municipalities when we're doing our training too as a source of income, or is that too many people at once to train, or do we put that invite out there?
Through Madam Mayor, that would be something we can definitely look at long term, but the focus kind of right now is just to ensure that we have our own department kind of up to the level we need to be, and everything's kind of moving in that. Essentially, we have about a 3-phase kind of long-term goal for this. The first phase is what we've been implementing, just trying to get the fully rated interior firefighters to that firefighter level 2, which requires level 1 in hazmat. The second stage to that is developing an officer's development program, because it additionally adds the instructor 1, the officer level 1 program. We're in fairly good shape across our current officers, but there are others, and it's including the succession planning. So we have kind of continuity. So if we lose an officer to retirement or they move, we're not kind of starting from scratch with developing that. And then as of 2026, we have to have all of that in place. And then by 2028, the requirements for the 1006, which is the technical rescue side of life, kick in. And currently we provide essentially 3 services in our ENR bylaw that require 1006 portions of that, which includes the water rescue, the ice water rescue, and the extent of our vehicle extrication programs are all going to require that specialized programming. That's kind of phase 3. And then we do currently have some room to work with our other, especially South and North, in terms of, I know South Frontenac has a couple learning contracts. They've already pulled for certain programs that I've already reached out and they've agreed if we have space, we can kind of essentially tag team some of that programming together, just to kind of take a little bit of weight off of each individual department. And it also, in our opinion, would help bind our departments that we respond together periodically. So it also gives us a little bit of an additional working movement to that. With being able to offer programming to other departments, you start looking into the realm of trying to apply for a regional training center, which is an entire ballgame for you folks to want to approach later on. But I will promise you, coming from a department that has one of those, your costs definitely increase substantially to be able to develop that in terms of anything that's going to be a material advantage to us. Hopefully that answers your question, sir.
Sort of great. I just thought budding both townships, both north and south, that if they had the training as well, that would help, you know, when we go to their area for firefight or whatever.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes. So what I just kind of wanted to overview for you here is just some of the varying different cost options with basically the 3 kind of options for offering the 2 programs so far we've offered this year. So costs are based essentially off of the firefighter 1 cost. We ran 10 people through our fire 1 this summer. So that's what these costs are based off. And the hazmat had 13 participants, and that's what they're at. So just going through this, the 3 options we essentially had to deliver these programs would have been the option we chose, which was internally accredited and ran the program. We can also still send our firefighters to a regional training center, and they can go through the Ontario Fire College program itself, or the offsite delivery side, which currently TLTI is the only department that I'm aware of in terms of regional training centers that actually offers that. Both the OFC and the offsite are very much dependent on, they give us our dates. This is how this functions. You miss a date, you're done. You have to basically start that over again. And trying to manage some of our firefighters' time, because this is not what pays their bills. And we have to be very understanding of that, especially with these large commitments. It's an 88-hour program for the firefighter 1. Alone. That's a large undertaking for folks. So running it internally, it gives us the ability to work a little more flexible with that. We can make up a time if there's something, an obligation they can't miss. That's something that can be made up throughout the process. So they're still getting the level of training that they require and they want, because they're in the pro and they want it, but it allows us to work a little bit more flexible with them. So I just have a bit of the costing there, so I won't get into the side of that, but essentially for per firefighter costs, when you include the wages, time, etc., cost of the programming, per firefighter, the firefighter level 1 through the OFC is about $4,200 per firefighter, because that would be sending them essentially to either Kingston or Leeds and Thousand Islands. They're the closest regional training centers. Through the training center in Leeds with the offsite, it's just around 3,400, just shy of 3,365. And then internally, it cost us this year just dollars short of 2,500 per firefighter. Part of that cost is also gaining some of the instructor benefits. So I included anybody that had volunteered that wanted to participate on the instruction side. I brought them in, whether we needed that many or not, just to start developing some of their skills for instruction level, and some of the one-off costs for some of the materials or things of that nature. So it's a little bit lower than that. And the hazmat program, once again, the per firefighter cost for the OFC is $1,295. The offsite delivery is just shy of $1,270, and it was $772 and change for us to run it internal. And that also included some one-off costs for props and education. So ideally, the more we can run internally, the better off we're going to be. And I genuinely think the more we're going to gain on multiple levels, not just through the certification, but developing instructors, developing those internal relationships with our firefighters. So the stations that are training together and the firefighters, they start developing knowledge of the other firefighters, because it's very hard speaking from an operational standpoint. You show up on a scene and you don't know any of the other crews. It's very hard to, quite frankly and literally, put your life on the line with that person. So this really benefits us greatly to do so. Correct, yes. And it keeps our department in service. So if we get a call when we have an internal, we can kind of mitigate that a lot easier. It's not sending our equipment and our firefighters out, well, out of our county, essentially. So, okay, next slide. Oh, missing a slide. So just, sorry, I'll touch on just where we're looking at for 2024 on that side of life is just continuing to meet those requirements. We are looking to run next year. I will be operating a fire level 2, another hazmat and instructor 1 through the winter, just to start developing that. And then we're looking at a pump ops course to get that sorted out, and the officer 1 sometime in the fall. And that will essentially, running that will get us very close to meeting our requirements under OREG 343.
Okay, questions or comments? Duncan.
Thank you. Great presentation. This is exactly what I was looking for. Like, broke it down, explained the programs. Great job.
Good. Thank you.
And congratulations on all the training that's been done so far.
Well, thank council for the vision that we had. So it's a supportive council that got Jesse here. So we appreciate that.
And the crews.
Okay.
And the crews for what they're doing. I'm buying into it. Yes, for sure. The skepticism is gone.
So important to get them working as a group instead of 4 separates.
And the word gets out and we get more people.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
good.
When the morale is high, then more people want to join.
Absolutely.
Okay, Dan.
You train all the areas together, Jesse, or like, does all the stations come at once, or is each one's individual, or?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So with the internal trainings itself outside of the certification, we have a training schedule. So all 4 stations are training on the same topics. The lesson plans are provided, so there's a lot more continuity. It also takes a lot of weight off of our officers, captains, and then that level, so they don't have to spend quite substantial amounts of time on developing lesson plans, as I'm sure you're well aware of how much commitment that takes itself. So, and as we go through that scheduling and just developing kind of the skills and adding to it to bring all of our new folks on, while kind of brushing off some of the rust, depending on what our call volume looks like, it allows us to start bringing that together so everybody across the department's on the same page, and then we can start developing and running as we go through it. It kind of builds on the skills so we can start bringing multiple stations together. So the ice water training coming in the winter will end up having multiple stations training together, because that's how we have to function on our calls for calls of that nature. So if we bring them together in training, hopefully we stay very unified. Well, if we have those calls, so.
Okay, Lynn.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation, and I'm impressed, and we should be proud as a township that we're moving in the right direction.
Yes. Okay.
Also, just
Susan.
wanted to make
Oh.
mention so that council, I think are aware that we're doing the water rescue for North Frontenac as well.
Okay. Susan.
Through Madam Mayor. Sure. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to reinforce what Duncan has said and Lynn. And I really appreciate the time that you have taken to prepare this presentation to educate council. I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Okay.
Budget.
If there aren't any more questions, I'm going to propose that we have our break now and then get into the numbers. It is 10:42, so we're 3 minutes early. Okay, so 5-6 minute break. Okay, folks, I think it's time to get back to work.
Okay, I'm just gonna grab my tea.
No, no,
Why not? Yes, absolutely. Right away.
I've got a yes and I've got a no button. Oh, okay. Sure, yeah, sure. Yep. All right, back to our seats. Kitchen people? Oh, the tea's not quite ready. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to have Public Works go through their presentation, and then we're going to do numbers. So we'll get the presentations done and then numbers. All right. And I just want you to know, I have two buttons. These are complements of staples. So if we need yeses or nos, I've got them. I only have them. That's right. I, no,
Oh, you didn't want to do the fire budget?
no, we're going to do
Okay,
the
that first,
presentation.
okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't have a hook, so this is the next best thing. All right. Steve and Steve, it's your show. Okay.
Kathy told us yesterday we had the opportunity to do a presentation, so I would jump at that anytime, and I have. I'll do the most of the talking. Any of the questions will be handled by the fellow to the right of me, please. So just direct your questions to him. Correct?
Yep.
Right. Here we go. So we're going to talk about a few things, just to whiz them in here. First of all, the personnel, assets, the roads and bridges and activities. I guess we're supposed to talk about some of the stuff we do on a daily basis. Bridges and the road needs study. The meat and potatoes of the road needs study is here for your for you to have a look at. I want to talk about liability minimum standards a little bit. I know it's talked on before, and Tony touched on it today as well. And I think everybody in council has been touched on a bit of the whole pothole story he's heard, or you didn't sand, or what the heck's going on. And I want to give you kind of a leg up on that sort of thing, because there's a very simple answer for that. And then I just want to mention the budget. I've got some numbers here, Michael, without your approval. And so, by all means, jump in. As far as the personnel, obviously two garages, a north one and a south one, the Olden garage, the Hinchinbrook garage. The Hinchinbrook garage has the 8 operators, but it also has 2 mechanics. And I just have Steve correct the story if I'm wrong, but occasionally we have environmental issues with the internationals that we have. And it makes sense to have internationals because a dealer is in Perth for international. So it's not hard for us to get parts and that sort of thing. But the internationals, if you're pounding them along the road, it's probably better to be pounding them than plowing them, because plowing is stop and go, stop and go. And so they need some environmental changes. And with the 2 mechanics that we have there now, it reduces our cost from about 18,000 ago to, I think around, you said 8,000 touch. So it's, they certainly pay for international background. Yes, one of the mechanics has an international background. So that's helped us out quite a bit. The waste sites, there's 2 right now, there's 2 plus 1 attendant. And I put that in because usually we'd have 1 attendant at the Olden site, and an attendant goes from, correct me if I'm wrong, from Oso to Hinchinbrook and when that site is open. But because we've had somebody off for a while with a long-term issue, illness, we've had Jason that's been at the Olden site. And right now, to give you an idea about some of the activities that this man deals with on a daily basis, this morning we were supposed to meet fairly early, and I got in ahead of him. I was pretty proud. I finally beat him in one day. And as the time wore on, I'm going, I hope he shows up today. What was really happening was wayside attendant had a family member pass away last night. He was good enough to come in, open the site up, had to head his way on into Kingston. So Steve had to find, one is to say, by all means, get going, take care of your family. and find somebody to run the site for the rest of the day. So that's not unusual in a day's activity that you have to do a mix and match as to what's going on. And that's a perfect example and very timely. During the summer, during the winter, we have seasonal patrollers. I think there's 2 during the week that are on the road. Help me here, Steve, certainly at the nighttime. Yeah. And then on the weekends, both Saturday and Sunday, somebody does 4 hours at night, 4 hours in the day to make sure that we're covered from a liability point of view. Whether you're aware or not, Tony was saying the plowing season is could be happening soon. He lives in Kingston, near where I live. The plowing season is here right now. People have been out, and I don't have my phone here to sort of go, this is what happens, but I get a report every morning from both of the foremen as to what's happening and where people are. And it's not unusual to say, and I'll use a couple of names. Rebecca was out at 2 o'clock this morning doing 38 and that sort of thing. And another interesting issue you have in this particular community is variability. You're standing in the Hinchinbrook area, it's sunny. I'm at home, it's sunny as can be, and there's an absolute whiteout around Charbert Lake. I think it was Wednesday this week. So the plows were on 38 for that little strip that happened. So those patrollers are essential at reducing our liability and making sure we get people out. Public Works assets. In the spirit of the season, you can look at this and go 10 tandem plows, 4 graders, 3 and so on, right to the end if you want to remember, and a single axle plow and so on. So lots of pieces of machinery. Everybody repeat after me. Obviously the tandem plows, 4 graders. We've got 300 billion kilometers of dirt roads. The 2 loaders load the tandems very effectively. There's a single axle required for some very, very small roads. We have 1 tons with sanders in the back that plow as well. 2 3/4 tons. One that this guy's been driving that has a plow arrangement on the front, and 2 1/2 tons patrollers in there. And when you talk about replacement of vehicles, which is part of on the budget this year, the one that's being replaced, I think, is crowding 420,000 kilometers. It runs 24/7. One patroller gets out of it, another patroller gets into it and keeps driving it. So these trucks are heavily used. We have, I think it's actually 583 kilometers of roads. 87 are paved, largely 38. We have, I think it's 48 kilometers of 38 highway. Sorry, road 38. Thank you, Ontario, for giving us that road. And 170 kilometers of surface treated roads. And then there's the 390 million kilometers of loose top or gravel roads. Bridges and culverts, I'll touch on them a little bit later. And the important ones are the ones, not important. The more important ones are the ones that are hit by OSIM. And that's an acronym we'll talk about later if I can remember what it means. Anything greater than 3 meters or 10 feet. Something you can walk through easily should be inspected because they're dang expensive. Underneath the road, Steve and I were talking about this yesterday, on average, most roads have a cross culvert every 1/2 kilometer. So this is a very conservative estimate of 600 other culverts that we're responsible for that are under the road. And I would have members saying to Councillor Cledges, when you're driving along 38, when you get a little bit of a hoop like that, that's the culvert down about 20 feet that's starting to go on you. And if you drive 38 much, there's several of those little hoops like that. And there are a minimum of $70,000 to replace, minimum. We also are taking care of outdoor recreation, ice rinks, ball diamonds, soccer fields, and boat ramps and so on. All that fun stuff that's kind of come under our wing now. What do we do? Obviously, there's winter maintenance, and I could have run this down. It's just part of the is it the ledger you call it? Anyway, winter maintenance, hard top maintenance, loose top maintenance, and so on. And it's the way it's reported in the FIR is what was your winter maintenance, then goes into the FIR. What was your loose top? All that kind of stuff goes in there, and is also recorded in that manner. So anything that we do is say patching a road with cold mix goes into expense for a hard top road. Anything that we happen to put gravel on obviously is a loose top road and so on. Part of what we have to do every year is get salt and sanders and contracted services tendered. I put in plow harnesses because one of the big things in the fall of the year that you kind of go, oh, we should start that soon, because if you don't start, it's going to snow, is to get the domes full of sand. And the first day I drove out here to try to help out, when I drove by Hinchinbrook, I went, yes, the dome is full. Because if it's not full by sort of late September, you're too late, because you're going to get wet sand delivered to you after that. So that was a good thing. Flood control. We pulled a lot of beaver dams. We probably asked a lot of beavers to go elsewhere, into heaven somewhere. And they're an incredible nuisance. Wonderful, great to see them swim by, but what a nuisance. They happen to drop a poplar tree in my cottage, so I'm not a fan of them at all. Loose top and all. You guys know what we do. Recreation facilities as well. So that's kind of the general thing. Now we get into the things you should maybe be proud of or not proud of. Bridges and culverts. So you have 14 bridges and you have 21 culverts according to that. We talked about cost earlier on. I think it was 5 million that we were talking about, and everything went down at once. That's not quite the case, because if all the bridges went away at once, first it would take you 5 or 6 years to get them rebuilt again. And according to the last OSIM that we've looked at, and by the way, OSIM means, Steve, what does it mean? I have no idea. Ontario, something structure, inventory, who knows what. They could have just said the bridge study, but no, they had to leave it in something like this. You tend to do it about every 3 years. Your way you do it, and you don't have to do it every 3 years, but bridges are tricky and sneaky, because suddenly they're about to collapse on you. Not that they'll fall in right away, but we'll get into that in a second as to what bridge we're going to be talking about. Replacement value for all of the culverts and bridges we have at the 10-meter level is 31 million. It could be higher than that, but it's about 31 million. Then if you add to that all the culverts we have under the road, you probably could double that. So 60 million bucks in culverts. The OSIM that we got most recently from, I guess we just got it this year, lays it out wonderfully. It's so straightforward as compared to what we're going to talk about the road needs study in a second. It says replace, the now thing is culvert on the 5th Lake Road. If you drive out to that culvert, you wonder why it's still holding traffic up. It needs to be replaced. The Bridge Street culvert is in 1 to 5 years. That's replace. And as far as I know, Bridge Street is the one in Arden. Is that Arden? Yeah. Which used to probably be a bridge at one time, and somebody got a really great idea and made it into a little culvert that goes underneath that spot too. So that's the replace. One of them is now, and one of them is in 1 to 5 years. So 1 to 5 years, you'll probably see that bridge sitting here in the budget saying this is what needs to be replaced. The rehabilitate is Road 38 Bridge. And when you say Road 38 Bridge, you could probably think of lots of bridges and culverts, but it's the one right at the Narrows. It's a little causeway that goes across that probably has 4,000 cars a day. Please don't take it out of the budget, because it is metal on concrete, and it's in the expansion joint. But whether you realize it or not, bridges grow and shrink during the year. And in order to do that, they sit on a little bearing. The bearing looks like a bunch of hockey pucks with steel between them, and it is able to move back and forth and take the weight of the bridge. That bearing is gone now, and it's metal sitting on concrete, according to the OSIM. So it's not a huge amount to replace, but the traffic control, just to get people to go around and to do half the bridge, is probably going to be half the budget to do that. The other one is the Henderson Bridge. We had a terrific presentation from Safe Roads, but I was thinking it's Jim's son, Mark, and I worked with Jim this week. Jim McIntosh Perry was, so Jim's son, Mark, gave a presentation. It was a good presentation. Don't agree with it, but it was a good presentation. There was, I think, an estimate of some $600 and some $1,000 in there. Some of this that have been on the lake for a long year, Councillor, I'll think of that as the new bridge. And as far as we're concerned, it's still the new bridge. It's only 40 years old. Probably $200,000 will fix that, not $600,000. You don't need, anyway, there's lots of things you can do. So that's the OSIM. Let's talk about road need study. I need water. That's not supposed to come on that way, but as such, okay, that was not supposed to be the first. What a road need study is supposed to be done every 5 years to have a look at your roads. Usually roads should last pretty much the same for 5 years. You don't expect one to blow up in a year or two. It's an inventory model approach, and it was done in the time when municipalities usually had help me here, Madam Mayor, a clerk treasurer, and that was just about it. And a guy who could drive a plow truck. So you had individual small municipalities like Oso and like Olden and like Kennebec and so on. And there was a clerk treasurer. There might have been two people sometimes, but certainly a clerk treasurer. So all the stuff came through that one person. And there was the guy that could, drive machinery, a grader in the summer and a plow truck in the winter, that ran the municipality. And the MTO would come out and do a road needs study for that municipality and decide what roads needed to be done. The expertise would also probably come from the MTO as well, the funding and the expertise to do that set of roads. A great example here is in, I believe, Olden. It's not Andy, it's Howard. Howard Hughes. Howard Gibbs was the mayor, or Reeve at the time, and he put surface treated roads all over the place, and we're going to get to them fairly soon. So, because there was free money to do that, or almost free money. So, the other thing the chief asked me yesterday: do you consider traffic counts? Nope. Road need study does not consider traffic counts, and nor does it look at pavement preservation. The presentation you had, I guess it was this week, may have talked about pavement preservation only because I said, for heaven's sakes, put some pavement preservation in there. There was no mention of that whatsoever. It was old days when the road need study said, you need to rehabilitate, redo this road. There was never any thought about, let's hang on to this. Let's put a new roof on this road to prevent it from rotting away on us. So that's the limitations of a road need study. Here were some examples, and I got on the bottom, continues to be a work in progress. It's a work for me to finish and in progress. It's salvageable, if I can say that word correctly. We can get something out of it, but here's what we saw at first. And this was in November we saw. Here's examples of now needs. These are roads like the bridge, the causeway, it's a now need, the bridge on Fifth Lake. That's please do me now because it's going to collapse in a while. These are ones that came up. So the first one that came up was Ann Street. Some people know where Ann Street is. That came up, a cool 95,000 to do Ann Street. It's a little teeny street in Arden, and it usually has children's hockey play toys on it. There's one house on it. And we looked and went, well, we're not doing Ann Street. That was the first one we saw. And then the next one we saw was Brock Street for a cool 700,000. Actually, it was a cool 2.5 million at first, but we said 700,000. What are you talking about? Well, they were wanting to pave the whole thing from Mountain Grove to where it connects on to Arden Road. Who? Arden Road. No, just Clark Road. Clark Road, yes, to Clark Road. It's never ever been paved. Even when Howard Gibbs was there, it was never paved. So it was like we're not going to do that. Like, please don't do this on us. Pearls Bay Road. Yeah, you know where it is. I think I drive by it every morning. I don't know where it is. Elm Tree Road. I think it's in front of the fire hall in Arden. It's 0.025 kilometers long. So there's a whole lot of, this is not good. The other part of it that was exasperating is in the text, he said any road that's under 300 cars a day could quite likely be turned back into gravel. We've done it on Price Road, on Zealand Road. When you've got costs ahead of you, but you only have, 50 cars a day, you go, we can maintain it less expensively by grading this thing. And we can also if you grade it, you can just grade it back into gravel. So a lot of things in the text, it was saying like this, and then the wheels fell off as soon as we got to now needs. And I only looked at this after Noah had left. So it was kind of my first kick of this thing, got in touch with him. He was at his hunting camp at the time and said, the wheels fell off when I got to the now needs. This is not correct, what you need. But one thing that was correct is he had not Ferguson Road, oh my God, no. He had Henderson Road in there at 1.2 million. So it is a work in progress. What they need to do is anything that has a house or two on it, has never been paved before, like rock, needs to come out of the need study. I have it here for you. You can have a look at it. They have the now needs and what's called near needs, the 1 to 5 years, like the bridges as well. So it's been exasperating. But the one thing that he does have in the now needs was Henderson Road, and we already have that pulled out of there. There were other ones too. Yes, sir.
Philip.
So thank you for going through that, and that explains why when we asked for the report, we didn't get it. But are we going back to the consultant and asking them to fix?
Absolutely.
Fix this,
Yes.
so council will eventually get a copy of a final
Well,
report.
Council's going to get a copy of it today because you asked for it and to see what it's like. And, you know, notice I'm not making stuff up here. It is Ann Street. I saw the Ann Street this is not right. We have to do this another way. And so it's a matter of sorting for them. Anything that they have that's only got a few houses on it. Some of the stuff is, it's like not realizing the experts that you have in house that go, no, we're not doing this. I mean, ask Steve about some of these roads. He goes, it's got one house on it. It used to be part of 38. It's not there. We plow it, but we plow it with a single axle, for heaven's sakes. Yeah. So go back to them. You cannot go back and say, guys, we're not paying you, because they have done some work. They have tried at it. If you'll allow me to make a comparison, it's like the Blue Jays. They took out Barrios because the stats said, take him out, put in Kikuchi. It was the wrong move. The stats these guys are seeing is this, the pavement condition index is really low, so you should replace this road. And we're going, no, just because Howard did it years ago, we're not replacing this road.
I have to say, this is the second needs study we've gotten that is it could have been done better by staff than by consultants.
Yeah.
So it is what it
When I was
is.
here last, I did that. I did a staff one.
Yeah.
So I think it still holds. So, yes.
Lynn,
Thank you. We budgeted $50,000 for this. Is that what it actually came in at? It was less than that, wasn't it?
Yes. 28. 28, I think. Yeah. There may be some arm twisting to go. I mean, I'm okay with arm twisting to saying, are you really sure it's worth 28 here? But we need a product from them that gives us at least the map to say what to do. Yeah. Okay. Liability. In the past, I've spent a whole report talking about minimum standards, and it's still been confusing. So I'll try to be fairly concise and clear here. Anybody can have a look at minimum maintenance standards. Just type it in. Bam, it's right there. It's regulation, Ontario Regulation 232/02. It has some latitude. Now, recently, some of us were exposed to a complaint. Here we go again. When I got home, my road wasn't sanded. Here's an example of a class 3. The only class 3 road we have is road 38. It's the only one we have. The other roads we have are either class 4 or class 5. So I have a 3 and a 4 in here to give you an example. You're allowed in a class 3, 38, to let the snow can come up to 8 centimeters, so 2.5, 3 inches before you start. You're allowed, after it reaches that point, 12 hours before you start. We don't do that, obviously. We're above minimum maintenance standards. That's road 38. On class 4, which is Long Lake or 509 or something, you're allowed 16 hours before you start. After it reaches 3 inches, you go, it's reached 3 inches. Okay, set the timer 16 hours later. We can start plowing at that point. These are big, wide standards. So it's almost, if you get hassled by somebody, and maybe that's not the right word to say. If you get questioned by somebody, you can say, we're certainly meeting the minimum maintenance standards, because we're certainly meeting and exceeding the minimum maintenance standards. Okay. So that's something for ice storm, just pull them down a little bit. It's more like if you know it's icy and it's slippery, it's 8 hours. If it's class 4, it's 12 hours that you have to hit out with the sander. Our sanders are on the road, I would say, within 2 hours. When the patroller sees it's icy on especially 38, when it's icy on 38, go. These standards really apply for places I've been before. When I worked in Huntsville for way too long, it starts to snow and it doesn't stop. It starts on Thursday and snows until Sunday. So the guys drive there 8 hours or 10 hours, they get out of their truck, they come back and get back in their truck, fuel it up, and go and plow another 8 hours. So these 12 hours or so are the times they're home sleeping. They come in, they're still meeting the minimum maintenance standards. And every day it's snowing 3 or 4 inches, believe me, it just never stops. So it works for these communities because they can still have reasonable teams like we have here. But here, people do not expect to have to drive through snow. We've seen it already, right? So that's what we do, and it lowers our liability. Capital. Beware, Michael. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to the AVL comment. So because we invested in the AVL with the
Yeah.
complaint that came in
Yes.
over the snow, it was a perfect comeback to say to the resident, just to let you know, the truck was here at 5:03 in the morning and at 6:26 on this day.
Beautiful.
So the AVL is going to be the biggest help that Steve has ever had in his
Yeah,
life. I assume.
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
It's well worth the money.
Yeah. It is the exact time. And the other part too is we know if it's sanding or if the plow's down or the wing's down, it's pretty neat. That may be the first time that Steve has turned it on because we don't use it to watch the guys. You don't have to worry. They're already out there. We're not watching and going, hey, you were stopped for 3 minutes don't care. These guys are out there. They're working. It's a great crew. It's amazing. But to do something like that is perfect. Just to go, oh yes, let's see when that was going by. And if in that case, there wasn't anybody that sanded, we knew there was because you could see it in the tracks, in the pictures. But if it hadn't happened, then you go, we have a corrective action here. And that's the only time you'd use that. But thanks, yeah. The other thing is, I just wanted to mention roadside mowing. I don't notice it as much here, but in the farming communities, the kind of the Timothy and stuff sort of reaches out into the ditches and you literally get to the end of a road and you have to nose out and nose out. So I'm sure it's the same here. Stuff does grow. I don't know what it would be here, not Timothy or something, but you have to make sure you have a sight line on an 80-kilometer-an-hour road of 135 meters. So when somebody pulls up to the stop bar and looks, they have to be able to see 135 meters. So that's why roadside mowing, we have 2 mowers and 2 tractors and once it starts to grow, we have to be on it. Public Works operations, if I looked at whatever I pulled off there, Michael, 5.9 million in 24, 5.5. So we're up 400,000, in operations. Capital. There's a couple of things that come here, and Madam Mayor, you already raised up this question. This is wonderful. It's like we were working in collusion together a little bit, not to accuse you of that. In the 2.55 million for 24, in there is $470,000 that we really don't have in our hand. If we are able to apply for that, and it's an extension of the road, a few of the roads in the Sharbert Lake Village project. We don't have the money in our coffers. We have to apply for it, but Michael still has it in there, 470. And when I wrote down the capital at 2.55 million, also include 509, that was 259,000. We took 509 out. Yeah. So really, when you get around to it, the increase in capital this year with Henderson Road in there is 180K. Waste, I really do want to talk about this too, is operations 466. Last year, there were 447. So it's gone up by 20K, 18K. Capital, 250K this year is because we need to preserve the life of our waste sites, I believe. So in there is a compactor, and that's not a new compactor because it'd be about 500,000. We're looking for a used compactor. And as Steve puts it, the older, the better. There's no environmental controls on them. You just turn the key, they fire up. There might be a bit of black smoke blown at the top, but they run. Councillor Smith going, yes, I remember those days. Yeah, sorry. But they're easy fixes and they're within our maintenance. So I have said this before, certainly in our committee, 27 years is what the Olden site apparently still has left in it. That happens in a flash, and believe me, I know it happens in a flash. The site in Oso has 2, maybe 3 years left in it. I'll leave this in Steve's capable hands because he's already shown he's quite capable of this. We need to mine that site, test hole at a few spots. The tendency was you had to cover the sites. The tendency was to really cover the sites, just bulldoze over and fill it to like 3 feet of sand. So you've taken up all kinds of space. And a friend of mine has actually done that in Leeds and the Thousand Islands. He's test holed. He's realized that there were covers sometimes that deep for the sites. So essentially he's remined the site, pulled all that cover back, moved the site around. And so I've been in touch with Stephanie Reeder to kind of go, this is what we want to do. And we need their help to do that. There is one thing missing on waste sites is that, what is it called? In 2025, we have to make the transition for the blue box. So that's another thing that's going to be on his plate to do as well.
What sort of a transition is that?
I won't be here, so,
Oh, come on. Do we know what sort of transition that is?
We don't. I don't know much about it. I know when I talked to South Frontenac about it, they went, so how's your transition going? And I went, so, and they had a look at me like, wow, you better start knowing soon. It might be something that I could help take on a bit, see what happens. So,
Bill?
sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We actually had presentation about this at Waste Management Committee. And basically it's somebody's going to be taking over the transportation and the recycling. And that's about the only change when it comes to the actual dumps. The big change is that commercials are no longer allowed to take the recycling to the dumps, or they have to pay for them because and our transition date we were told it was 2026.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a distinct advantage.
But that was just a presentation, so.
Yeah. The circular economy. Ready? Question?
Okay. Questions, comments? Duncan?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we have only 2 half-ton trucks in the whole municipality for the public works. Patrol trucks, but like,
Turn the mic on there, Steve.
sorry, how many, like, under the umbrella of public works, how many half-ton trucks do we have? 3, okay.
Yeah, I didn't include the manager truck because it usually stays with the manager, so
Okay, but that is included in the 3.
that's 3 counting the manager
Yeah,
truck, yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
It's a Ford, though. It's not really a truck.
he's a board guy.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, now lunch is coming at between 11:30 and 12. So I think what we'll do is we'll start fire first and then come back to roads. Is that what we want to do? Okay. Give you guys a chance to have some water. And that we are on page 10.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, can I just make a couple of comments to
You
answer
go
your
right
questions?
ahead. You do that.
Thank you. So the gas tax, I actually got an email on it, but I did find it on the website as well. And go to her email. Allocations were calculated for the 2024 to 2028 period based on population counts in the 2021 census. So if our population grew less than the national average, we received less money in 2024 than 2023. So that answers your gas tax one.
So that would sit okay with me if I felt the census was done
Correctly.
well,
Yes.
but it wasn't.
And I think maybe a year later, I think our population has increased, but maybe obviously not enough comparative wise. And the road kilometers is in our township, 582. North, 341, so almost half. And south has 815, so 25% more than us. And we're still doing better per road kilometer for taxes. So. Oh, and can I show up Steve Keeley for a second? Ontario Structure Inspection Manual.
All right. Now we are going to start fire, and then when lunch comes, we'll stop and then come back from where we left off. Okay, Michael and Chris and Jesse. Susan?
I would be remiss if I didn't thank the two Steves for their presentation. We certainly applauded the fire department. I don't want Public Works to feel any less appreciated for their work. And it was very helpful. It puts things into context. So thank you.
And not that there's any competition, but I think there was a little more humor in the roads than there was in the fire. So you guys have to step up your game a little. Budgets will do that to you.
Oh, okay. Right.
Nikki.
Okay, I'm curious on page 10. And I have both versions, the first version and the second version that I'll be going numbers from. Salaries. So part of Donna's salary is still under cemeteries, but it's quite a jump from the actuals that we have done to this year. Like I understand the 13% increase of the benefits and all of that, but we're going for 281,000, whereas the year to date we were given was 135,000. So that's a significant, I'm not saying it's not justified. I'm just saying it's a significant increase. So that's where my first question is.
Which number are you talking? 280,000?
Yeah, the 280,000. The previous version we were given to look at the first time with, that gives us the year-to-date actuals on it.
Mhm.
Says 135,256. So, and I know that there's an increase with adding half of Jesse's salary for half of a year and also the benefits. I get that. So I expected an increase, but like that's 150,000 increase.
Okay, so that's Councillor Gowdy, to Councillor Gowdy through Madam Mayor, I may have to take that one away and bring back. I mean, the salary changes on a regular basis. Again, we're doing it earlier in the year, so right now I would say that's at 135,000. But you're comparing it to the $280,000 budget and just wondering, okay, so let me make a note and get back to council on that.
So that's a problem. If we're going to keep going back to the year to date and it's not on this paperwork.
Well, and that's the one advantage of using the version of version adjustments is we're at the 5%. You can see exactly what the budget is.
Yeah.
I can bring it up on screen to have the one report and maybe we try and go from that, like look at what your report is and what's on screen. So let me.
But it's also difficult using the year to date when we haven't finished the year. So I think
that is one thing, Madam Mayor, honestly. Again, so we're going to page 10. I can bring up like fire administration expense here. And you can actuals here.
like that's a problem. If we're going to compare everything to year to date, the year to date is not done.
So I'm sorry, but let's go back to your household budget. So if you're looking at your budget for next year and you spent $1,200 on groceries for the past year to date, and you're going to look at budgeting for next year, you're going to say, oh, I spent about 1,200. I still have a month to go. It'll probably be, it's Christmas. It'll be 300. So I would have spent 1,500. So maybe I should go up to 1,800 because of inflation. So looking at the year to date and what you're going to budget the next year, actually, that's how I budget.
Yeah.
You know, I don't, and if I use the wrong words, I please apologize because I don't mean any malice or anything against it, but an increase of 150,000, like just throwing numbers out on a budget and saying, oh, that's what I need. It doesn't correspond with the year to date.
I'm wondering if in fact the 135 didn't include everything that this line does, which Michael needs to tell us.
Sorry, I was distracted.
The 100
What I'm wondering is if we can struggle through this way at lunchtime, I might be able to add a column to this. I won't be able to print it out easily, but I can at least bring it up screen to say, here's the version adjustment. Here's the 2023 actuals to have that in there as well, if that's council's desire.
But off the top of your head, do you know why 135 would be year to date and 280 would be proposed?
I don't, and I would need a couple minutes at least to
But
focus on that.
there's obviously something
It's
in
coming
the
from the-
280 that's not in the 135.
Yeah, and it's coming from the salary module. I mean, sometimes if there's something that went through ADP that maybe got missed and put to facilities instead of fire, I mean, that's always a possibility. I can go to the salary plan module. I can see that for 2,080 hours a year, it's X salary, and that's it. I can at least explain the budget a little bit easier than the actuals today.
So maybe what we'll do is we'll mark these ones that we have questions on for the year to dates. And those Michael can revisit for us as to why the difference is so huge. Okay? All right. So anything on revenues? Okay, page 11. So we're looking at the number of 401,699. Council review, is that the line that we're? Michael?
Yes, on the left side. Sorry, my PDF, when you don't use it for a while, it goes blank. So I'm trying to bring it back up here.
I don't know that on that screen is that important because can anybody see that screen? I mean, when there's numbers there, can you see it? Because I certainly can't, but. Binoculars, I would need binoculars.
There. He's in general government. He's moving down fire.
Page 11 is up there now. Is that
Yes.
viewable
Mhm.
easily?
So what we're looking at the submission of 405,664?
For administration as a total, yes.
Yes. Yeah. And yeah, again, if there are changes, that number will change. Okay. Anything on vehicles and equipment expenses? Page 12.
Oh.
Chief, if there's anything you want to mention about any of these particular tankers, pumpers, trailers, whatever?
Just that there'll be one vehicle that'll be going out of service. We're decommissioning that, so we'll be down a vehicle. We're getting rid of it. It's in the Piccadilly station. Or not station, building. We put the utility 431 in there. That used to be at the Charlotte Lake Station, the pickup truck. The reason being is that the call volume is like 95% of its medical calls. We have two people in that area that can do medical calls. One lady's an actual nurse with the ER in Kingston, so she can't drive a standard. And that truck is 25 years old and it doesn't pass a pump test anymore. So it's not really viable for us to have it there anymore.
Okay.
And then with our automatic aid agreement, hopefully with South Frontenac, that'll cover that area for suppression activities.
Okay.
So that's the plan.
Okay. Page 13.
Of the which one? No,
He gave a couple copies out already.
I don't think. Let me think.
I'm looking at my old ones.
Do you have an old one? I have an old one, Duncan.
That's the new. No.
I have an old one here I can for you. Now this may have changed a bit. What's that? Sure.
Oh, here, I can give you mine. That one.
So you're just talking about the
That's an old-
truck in Piccadilly and I guess we bought a new half ton, right? So we put back into service the old truck.
Yes, that's correct. Through Madam Mayor. Yes, so the old truck could not handle that trailer, the weight of the trailer. It's for the wildfire training and the ice, or not training, but fires and the ice water equipment. It was too light. So that's why we had to get a better, a stronger vehicle that can pull that trailer. I was going to get rid of that pickup truck, but as it turned out that the summer students were using it for the smoke alarm program, which worked out well. Unfortunately, it's not going to probably be here for them next summer if they come back. So Jesse, the deputy, and I talked, and we decided that it's still viable to have somebody down there to run medical calls out of the Piccadilly area. And that was what we came up with. I mean, to buy another full-size suppression vehicle for that station is not viable, because we're not running fires with that truck at all, really. We've had, what, 3 calls in 2 years, I think. 4. Okay. So it's an operational decision that I made, that it's like I say, if we get South Frontenac to an automatic aid agreement, which I don't see is going to be an issue. I think that'll probably come to fruition, that we can cover that area with that crew until a Parham crew can come down and relieve them. Because the Parham station is well equipped now for manpower. We're in good shape there.
But we also don't know if we're going to have a mutual aid agreement with South Frontenac.
So mutual aid, yes, is anywhere. So how mutual aid works, it's a there's no contract in place. It's just, hey, we need some help. Can you send somebody up here to give us a hand? That's how that mutual aid works. Whereas automatic aid agreement, it's an agreement that's in place. And when the call goes in to dispatch will automatically send a crew out that's in that agreement. So South Frontenac, if they're in an automatic aid agreement with us, they would automatically go out to that incident.
Do we have any agreement with South Frontenac today?
Not at this time. South Frontenac had an agreement here, and apparently it was decommissioned, if I can call it that, before I got here. So we're looking to re-enter an agreement with them, just the same as we've done with North.
And there's a new chief taking place, right?
Yes, once the new chief is in place there, which I expect will be in the new year, we're going to address it then. I did try and address it with the acting chief right now, but they weren't comfortable in making that decision until there's a permanent chief in place.
Okay. Nikki.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just another question. So if we don't get a mutual aid agreement with South Frontenac, our water shuttle certification is based on having a fire apparatus at that end of the township, or an agreement. It's one or the other. So if we don't get an agreement, do you have a backup plan?
So the tanker shuttle agreement or tanker shuttle accreditation is a totally different thing that we never really had one here. So the underwriters insurance actually send out a report. You give them an update of what equipment you have and what your staffing levels are, what programs you're presenting, and they make a decision. So with the underwriters insurance, they sent us a report stating that we do not have a tanker shuttle accreditation at all. And even with the truck in that building down in Piccadilly, there was never a proper accreditation.
Mm-hmm.
I know somebody issued something saying that there was one, but there was never there. You've got to have a water supply. You've got to have a station within 8 kilometers. You have to have a certain number of people, like 15 people minimum in the station. None of that is there. So that was a skewed statement. That's a big risk, actually, to actually tell people that and tell their insurance company, because if there was ever an incident and they said, well, they got tanker shuttle accreditation, well, the municipality is going to be on the hook of it. That's a liability, right? So I wanted to remove that. So I want to take that. I took that out of there altogether. So the automatic aid agreement may improve insurance rates in the south, but I can't say that for sure. I don't know until underwriters know that there is an actual agreement in place.
There's a huge number of us that are not close enough to the fire department to get any
Yeah.
breaks anyway.
It's 8 kilometers.
Most of us actually.
Yeah, it's very expensive to maintain, to get it. First off, you have to have vehicles that are no older than 20 years old. And they have to be service records have to be in place, and it goes down the line. There's a whole bunch of requirements that are needed for that. So, but yeah, it's a big ask. It's a lot of work, and it's expensive. Yeah.
Okay. So page 13. This is training stuff.
For you, Madam Mayor, I'll just talk to the driver training. So we have a number of new people, as you know, that have come on the department, as I talked about. We are doing a driver training program this year, but we will be using an outside party to do the DZ or the Z endorsement piece. And then that person, once they get that, they'll take a truck and they go down to Kingston for their testing. Yeah.
So just to elaborate, so the, excuse me, the trainer that deals with that is Alan Arcan. He's the person that does that. He actually can license the drivers, their full DZ. It's all encompassed. And I believe, yeah, they have to pass all their tests, but he actually does the written and road test as well for both. And I think as of 2023, he was only charging $225 per student. So the cost benefit to that is quite substantial because they'll actually come to our township to drive on our own vehicles as well.
Have that licensing. We can't do that ourselves.
Right.
You have to be recognized by the ministry.
Okay. Sorry, Nikki.
Thank you. On here, on page 13, you have down $12,000 for the training site, but you also have training site improvements in the capital budget. Could you explain the difference, please, and thank you?
Sure. So we've sort of reestablished using the training site since Jesse came. We've discussed what we have to do. So some of it was an operational side to maintain the site. The capital side is we've got to replace some sea cans that are there that are rusted, rotted right through. They don't function properly for what we need them to do for the live fire training. There are too many holes in them. So we're planning to do that on the capital side, but on the maintenance side is just the vegetation and stuff all has to be maintained and removed out of there. We've got a fence, a gate we have to replace, and a ramp that we have to put in there as well. It needs to be fixed. So.
Okay, page 14. Okay, nothing on that page. 15. And this page has the capital projects. Any questions on this page? Yeah, okay. The big one is building improvements and maintenance. Oh. It's a plan. Oh, there it's back. So in that line, oh, there we go. Oh.
Which line was that?
70370, building improvement and maintenance, 357,500.
Okay, I'll just bring up the capital document on that.
Sure.
Oh, there you go, Chris.
This is Arden, right?
Correct. Yes. So we have some renovations we have to complete in Arden. I know I told you that we were pretty much finished, I thought. So we had an issue with a bit of water, we thought, in the captain's room. And they took the drywall off, and you can see clean through to the siding on the outside wall. So the sheeting and everything, the OSB board and everything is completely gone. So I've got a repair to make on that. I can't wait on it, actually. I've got to get it started because it's not safe. So we're going to remove the window. It's there. I'm not going to replace the window. We're just going to make it a clean wall. And so they're going to have to take out the exterior siding and then resheet it from the outside and then insulate it properly. So it's a bit of it was a bit of a nasty find for us. And then there's the generators, I guess, that we talked about before. A survey I wanted to get done for the new Arden station eventually. So I'd like to get a survey that we assume there's property that the municipality owns behind the church there. And I'd like to get a survey done to complete that, to get that started so that whoever comes along in the next years can have a new building built for Arden.
Okay.
So the start of it's a survey to make sure we got enough property there to do it.
Okay. Philip.
So of that $127,000, what's the generators? Because I'm under the impression that all the halls have generators.
Yeah, I don't have Michael lump that in.
Well, I'm thinking we pulled most of those generators out.
We did, except for
But we didn't update the description.
Yeah.
1 sec.
How much was in for the Arden station? Was 200?
I'll find out in just a second.
So what I guess the vision I had for this is that if you put 200,000 away for the next 10 years, then hopefully you'll have enough to build a station for Arden down there. Because that building that's there now is not going to, last for much longer. I'm even stretching it, I think, with 10 years. So I'm trying to project a vision of something for that area for 10 years down the road. I don't want the next person here in 10 years to say, I need 2.3 million or, to build a new station, and you're hit with that all at once. So I'm trying to prorate it along. I don't know if that's effective for you people or not, but.
So,
Well,
Madam,
I have questions about the location of a station at Arden, whether the village is the right spot, or my mind goes to, can you repurpose the old landfill site and use that in some capacity? But that's maybe a totally other discussion down the road, but.
so through Madam Mayor, to answer Councillor Smith's question, because it's not coming up on the screen. We have $120,000 in for Station 3 standby generator, $3,500 to Reno Dist Chief Office, and $4,000 for the survey for the new Arden Fire Hall.
Mhm. So I don't know if you remember the master fire plan, we talked about station locations, and the reason the Arden station was staying in the village is because nobody lives anywhere else. So you need the people to come to the station. So it has to be in the village. It should be in the village. If you put it out in a remote location, you're not going to get people there to respond quick enough. So that's.
Sorry.
On the Arden
The
Road.
closed disposal site is on the road on the way into the village, just on the right-hand side. Duncan.
Through Madam Mayor. So that line item, the building improvements and maintenance, what exactly does that 127,500 represent then?
So through Madam Mayor to Councillor McGregor, it's $120,000 for the standby generator for Station 3, $3,500 to renovate the district chief's office, and $4,000 for a survey for the new Arden Fire Hall.
So the repairs at Arden were taken out?
They would be done have been done in 2023.
Sorry, they're doing the district chief's office. Hopefully they'll start once this is approved. So I'm sitting there right now with a fully exposed wall in that office.
And so that's, sorry, so it's only $3,500 for the repairs at Arden.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. Yep. Okay. Another one.
Sorry, and that was 120,000 for a generator?
That's a conservative price. I mean, that might be more than what we need, but that's roughly around where it's going to be when it's done, the first standby generator.
And you also had applied the grant for the grant.
Correct. Good point. Yes, so we did apply for it was through the grant that the province has put through. We were allowed up to $50,000. We haven't heard anything, I don't think, yet, Michael, on that.
No, we haven't, and right or wrong, we didn't include it in the budget. We didn't have any indication. So we could and take a chance.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, we spent a lot of time last year talking about the generator, and my mind says we did something with $60,000, but I don't know if.
I thought we set aside 60,000 for generators in the reserves.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we did
Yes.
set that aside.
Yes, half of one.
Yeah.
And even if we did set aside 60,000, we're pulling out 1.7 million.
Okay.
Oh,
Duncan?
So because budget constraints are so tight, is there any way we could make like a normal $20,000 standby generator work?
I don't know that that would run the entire station, the operations center, if we had it for emergency preparedness, like Station 3. So we've got our SCBA compressor there, so on and so forth. I mean, we'd need that all functioning if we had something going on, right? So.
Okay. Nikki and then Dan.
So just a curious question, because I don't understand. So the tractor generator won't run the fire hall, correct? But it'll run our second emergency station center if need be.
I assume that it does run the office there. I've not had that pleasure of using that, so.
yes, yes, it does.
Go ahead, Duncan.
So then I guess what I'd request is before we're completing budget, that we look at other options for generators, because I know like recently we've had a few installed for $20,000 that are more than sufficient for a large building. So I'd just like to look into some other options if possible before we finish the budget.
Okay.
So I make a suggestion to council that maybe we just put it out for an RFP and see what comes back. We don't necessarily have to move on it. I don't know. And in the meantime, we may get our 50,000 from the province.
Okay.
If everybody's agreement with that.
Sure. Dan?
I was gonna say that it seems very high. We're installing backup generator for under 30 for sure, 200 amp service. I don't know what kind of amperage you have in the hall, but it seems very high.
Bill?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually checking for prices and that you can get somebody to properly size a generator too.
So 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, I did have somebody come in and do all the municipal buildings, medical center, all the fire stations and our offices, and that's where this price came in from.
So we'll make some notes then, Michael, because I think council's consensus is that for the chief to certainly do an RFP for a generator, and then we can certainly, that stuff will be followed up later with resolutions.
I know there's this system where you hook this cord onto your, what's it called? Generalink. It's a Generac with a, I don't know, 7,000 generator and it runs everything in a house. So there's got to be, it's got to be another way. And there will always be somebody around to start the generator, I would think.
So the big cost, Madam Mayor, is the transfer switch. It's a big expense. So that's the part that takes it. So a standby generator automatically starts at 3 seconds, 3 to 5 seconds from when the power goes out. It also self-tests itself every week. So it'll start up and run whatever day you want, Tuesday at noon. And that's part of the process of the system. So, and then you get a service contract with that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
You've got-
Dan and then
You got
Bill.
What you're
Then-
talking about, Madam Mayor, is you would have to do that yourself. It's not automatic.
Yes.
Where Chris is saying it's automatic and starts every Tuesday or whatever at the same
Yeah.
time. Where somebody would have to do the Generalink
We could
themselves.
get one of the volunteers to go in every Tuesday and pull that cord or push that button.
Bill.
Bill and then Philip.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also, the household generator is 110 volt at 200 amp service, where the fire hall is quite likely 600 volt, 3-phase. It's not. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Does it-
generators are always discussed every budget year.
Yeah.
Okay, Philip?
I just want to comment that the only thing about agreeing to this and saying, let's do an RFP to see what the costs come back is, we're going to include $120,000 in the budget. So if we've already either taxed or done something to raise the funds, and then we're going to decide we don't want to do it. So we need to either know what the actual price is now and budget for it. Because otherwise, you hear what I'm saying, right? Otherwise, we're just taxing for it and we're going to decide later. We've
Wait.
already raised the funds.
But you can do an RFP and still take out the 120. The RFP is more to have
And I do.
a concrete idea of costs going forward. And again, that can happen between now and the time this budget's finalized.
Or we can do it as a request for proposal.
Yeah, a request for proposal, right?
Because then you're not tied if you necessarily with a request for proposal, you can go, you're not actually going to, on one necessary company or anything.
So are we going through and cutting stuff now, or are we just talking about what we want and we're going to come back in April and pass a final budget? No, I'm asking because I either want to know we're putting 120,000 in here and we're going to decide later whether we're going to do it or not, which I think is a total waste of time because we're either taxing, pulling from reserves or doing something to get that $120,000.
Yes, that is right.
So Madam Mayor, keeping in mind that, yes, you may approve now, we may cut later, but if it is left in, we get the RFP. If council decides not to do it, that money will not be pulled from reserve. So in essence, will be being left in reserve and council can say, we're not doing anything with that project. Or we got the grant and there are other halls that we should potentially have a generator at. We could, reallocate the project and do those things just to give further thought.
Okay.
Through Madam Mayor, I'm still not, I think Philip's right here. I think we need some clarity on exactly what we're doing at this point. Do you want us to decide to cut this now or leave it in? Or
It's up to you. If you want to cut this, now's the time to cut it.
what I was suggesting was not a formal RFP where council needs to make a decision
Right.
to resolution. All I was asking is that maybe staff could go out between now and when we finally pass the budget and just look at some more options. Even if it's web surfing, at least we have another option to do with the budget other than just cut it or leave it in.
Okay. But it sounds like people want to cut this at this point. We'll get prices. If the prices come in and we're at a reasonable state, we can put it back in. Is that fair? Okay. That's what we'll do. Okay. All right. Anything else on that page? Lunch is here. We can. Do you want to have lunch now at page 15 and then come back to that?
Quick answer
Yes.
through Madam Mayor to Councillor Gowdy. One of the employees in the fire administration was going to admin or corporate services. So I'll have to do a journal entry to correct at least 60,000 going out of there. So, thank you.
Okay, so we're having a lunch recess, probably 20 minutes, half an hour if we need that, and then we'll come back. The faster we eat, the faster we can go back to work. Okay. Okay, as soon as Michael gets back, we'll get started. We have suggested to Andy that he not come up because we're not going to get to facilities.
No, because we have to be out of here by 3.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Are we live, Chris? Yes. We weren't live through lunch, were we, Chris? We weren't live through lunch? No. Good. Now we're live. Okay, we were on page 15 and we decided that we would come back to it. Does anybody have anything else on page 15? Seeing none? Oh, sorry. Doug? We can if you want to. Okay. Chris, do you want to just tell us individually? The PPE is pretty explanatory.
So Madam Mayor, we did have the capital projects where that's right, where last year we did have this line where it just showed a name. We have gone through a good amount of work to go in and see what everything's in there. So council, I assume, has reviewed these. Did they find them helpful, too much? Okay, okay.
Those individual sheets.
Yeah, so we could go
In the
through that,
first
or
group.
Chris, or you can tell me to go to a certain one or whichever.
Yeah, the individuals, because yeah.
Does everybody have those with them?
I
Is
have them
that-
up on screen, Madam Mayor, if that helps.
No,
Okay, well, it's bigger. There's no numbers. Too many.
I got paper.
Okay.
Okay,
I do have some paper copies here, but not many.
I'm okay.
where's the department? Oh, that's facilities, corporate.
Oh, my glass.
Yeah, they're at the back.
Facilities.
No,
don't-
I'm good.
Where's
That's-
fire?
It's closed for us. Yep. So am I starting?
Okay, let's go through them.
Start. So, yeah, for the PPE, the bunker gear, there will be some replacements this year or next year rather. We'll need some additional helmets for the new recruits. Gloves probably, I think we're gonna be okay because we got a deal on some. We got some that were on sale. Balaclavas will definitely need some boots. We got a deal on those as well. Wildfire coveralls for the new recruits, and then the cylinders they have a life of 15 years. And they've gone up considerably. They've gone up about $600 from when they were originally purchased. So I'm trying to not throw everything at once, 80 cylinders. So I'm buying 5 at a time, trying to get them prorated out so they're not all at once.
Good.
So I got 3 on a deal. If there were demos, I got at half price. So I got them for like $800. So I bought those this year and we did have room in our capital for that.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, and emergency response 9,000?
What's that one? Are you getting to the reports?
Oh. Yeah, she's, yeah.
So what'd you say, Madam Mayor? Sorry.
The next one, emergency response,
Oh,
equipment 9,000?
Yeah.
dry hydrants.
So, yeah.
Dry hydrants I have as the next one.
Yes.
Dry hydrants, okay?
So the dry hydrant at the Charlotte Lake location, it needs to be replaced, retrofitted. It's not working properly. It freezes up. So I've never had to do it this way through the lake. I had to actually get an engineer to do a design for me, and then that has to go away to the ocean fisheries. They have to approve that, and then I have to put up a proper barrier in the water anchored so that the silt does not travel throughout the lake. Yeah, it's a pain. So I won't get the approvals till probably spring, but I'm guessing that it'll be around this cost to do it.
Nikki?
So I'm going back to the other one about last year. We budgeted for dry hydrants 30,000 and you've only spent 38,67. So
Correct. So
that one will be finished on top of doing the one you would proposing to do.
the Charlotte Lake project will be hopefully finished this 2024.
Okay, and what about the one from last year? Is that our?
So through my investigation of how this is done is when I found out after budget, when I spoke to this engineer, there's only one person apparently in Kingston that's qualified to do this type of work. He gave me the breakdown of how this has to happen. And it's a year process just to get the permit. So that's why that money was not spent.
Okay, so you're gonna use, the hydrant then is actually more than the 50,000. It's the 30 plus the 50.
No, I won't. It'll be just that 30 went back into reserves, I guess, and it's coming back out with what we're doing this 2024. Yeah.
Yeah, if there's, and I was trying to find
Yeah,
there's no 2023 council approved budget on this one. So if it was $30,000, that money, if it wasn't spent, was left in reserves,
Yeah.
which is then part of that 1.7 million that we're pulling out.
Yeah, I'm only doing one per year. There's a list, but I mean, this is gonna be a long process. So, and expensive.
Through you, Madam Mayor, of all the things that are in the budget, how would you rank this specific item as far as its value to taxpayers against the other things in the budget that you have?
The dry hydrant?
Budget? Yeah.
I would rate that as it's significant. We use it a lot. As you know, that's our main source of water for this area. So I would say it's fairly high. And on a scale of 1 to 10, I would give it a 9.
Okay. All right. Communications equipment, 177,000.
Mhm. So do you want me to speak to this or are there questions?
I just think people want to know what, we've got all these papers, but nobody remembers what all this stuff was, I don't think. Do you? I don't. So is that what we want to do, is go through and hear? I'm looking at you, Philip. Okay.
It is.
It is, okay, I just want to make sure nobody has any questions on that one. Put your mic on.
So I don't have questions about the 177. I have questions about the, excuse me, the grant that I thought we were getting to use.
Derica,
Thanks, that's the word.
the 117.
Where does that show up in revenue?
Michael.
It is in there somewhere, Councillor Smith through Mayor Smith, but I'll have to look for it here.
Because it's not showing up in the fire revenue section.
I'll find it.
There is a section on grants, I believe. It's probably.
That's what we give away.
Okay, pardon?
That's what we give away. We're
No,
generous.
not grants to others, but grants that we receive. All right, let's move on. Michael will find that.
Mhm.
Okay, 5,500 fire hose, makes sense. Why would that be capital and not just operations?
Sorry, thanks. I've got that in there for hopefully for the new fire truck if it's approved.
Oh, I see, okay. And $2,000 for station equipment? Again,
Yeah, there'll be some maintenance to equipment we'll be replacing in all 4 stations. So that'll
okay.
be in there.
And we talked about the building improvements and maintenance. 50,000 dry hydrants.
That's what
Bill,
you're talking.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, to go back one, that $2,000 is their bunker gear dryer.
okay.
Right. Sorry, thank you. Yeah.
Good, all right.
So normally those would be about 6,500 a piece if you bought them complete. We're building our own.
Good,
So
good. Okay, so 50,000 for dry hydrants. No questions. 10,000 for training.
that was the question that was asked earlier. Okay.
Okay, CK.
Mhm.
Respiratory protection, nothing in there.
No.
Oh, there is in 2024.
So
Oh, but it was taken out.
yes.
All right. Apparatus and vehicle, 541,000. That's truck.
Yep.
That used to cost 400, now costs 500.
Actually, do you want me to speak to this?
Sure.
So this truck was approved to with the previous council to go ahead to make the inquiry without putting any down payment on it. So I did do that. I did a letter of intent with the sales rep for the company that we talked to. We did a comparison price. We did some pricing on other companies. And we came up with a price of 550,000. So that truck today now is about 850, which is crazy.
Yeah,
But
same truck.
that's where it's at. Actually, a municipality similar to our size, east of here, just awarded one for 743. And it doesn't have the equipment that ours is asking for. So I think you're getting a very good price for a truck. It's not a good price, but it's a good price in today's world.
Wow.
So, yeah,
So does that, does that mean this price is locked in?
yes.
Mhm.
So
Yep,
I
it
can
is.
give you a breakdown. Actually, April of 21, they went up 3%. January 22, 7.5, June of 22, 7.5, October, 7%, June 23, 4.5%.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Philip, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. So we're contemplating taking a loan out for this. So is the loan payments in the budget somewhere else then?
Yes, the two loans that are in there, Henderson Road and the fire truck, the repayments are in there both starting in May.
Okay.
And since I have the floor for a quick second, that Derica funding is in there. It unfortunately wasn't here, so it's not on the capital report when we did that. I just added it in the last little bit anyways, at some point in this haze of activity. But it's $150,000 that is in there right now.
Bill,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That 150 is on page 16 in other revenue.
Okay.
And that's on the version to version adjustment. Okay, thank you.
Dan,
What is the lifespan on the trucks? And even if you did a safety and low kilometers, you still have to replace them after a certain amount of years?
20 years.
Through Madam Mayor. So if you did have a tanker shuttle accreditation, the 20 years is the lifespan of the truck that they talk to. You can go longer with a proper maintenance program or a refurbishing program, if they call it that. For here, because we would never be able to get a tanker shuttle accreditation, that I would probably recommend that a 20, depending on the condition of the truck, 20 to 25 years would probably work for frontline truck. The problem we have here, sorry, is that we've got 3 trucks that are all the same year and they're all 20 years old. So I could talk to how I've done it in other municipalities where I've actually bought a used vehicle to spread them out. And it's been cost effective in some way, but you're buying something that's 3 or 4 years old. It's probably coming from the US, so you're maybe saving 100,000 maybe at that.
Dan?
Thanks, that answered it.
Okay. Philip, you had your hand up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we kind of talked about the water shuttle certification again. I'm really not clear whether we are certified, not certified, because it wasn't that long ago we had a big celebration around the table that, woohoo, we did it again. So I think we need some clarity on why or why not we're certified, and
I can bring you the report.
okay, because
You're not certified.
no, but I'm pretty sure most of the residents think we are.
I
So,
know, that's unfortunate, so.
and I'm along with them because like I said, we had a big celebration around this table. Woohoo, we did it again. So
So there's actually a mapping that shows, and there's a rating from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being not so good. We're at 9 and point something. We're at the bottom, so.
But we can
Yeah.
provide that to council for sure.
Okay, all right. That's it. Oh, Duncan?
Michael, because the lifespan of these vehicles is 20 years or 25 years, does it ever make sense to mortgage them, borrow money against them over a longer period of time? And just to soften the blow, because we're going to have to take on payments, as the chief just said, of 3 or 4 vehicles over the next couple of years. Is it more financially responsible to maybe spread those payments out?
I would say the best through Madam Mayor, Councilor McGregor, the best I would say would just put the money aside in reserves and have it there. But what we've historically done is set aside for a specific project and then say, let's pull from reserves, to put it politely. We can, I lost what you said. We can take out loans when it happens and we can spread it out. It making over a 10, 15, 20 year period makes our percentage of the repayment schedule less. But I think you're just fog and mirrors. And that's why I like to do the 5 years. It reminds you it's right there. It's high, yes, but then we're not over committing ourselves over the long term. It certainly reduces our flexibility if we take out too long a term. But if it was a building, And to your point, the vehicle lasts 20 years, so why not? And then I'm sure there's some treasurers or municipalities that feel comfortable doing that. If that's what council wants us to do, then that's what we'll do.
I think as a follow-up to that, that question is, when do the other 2 or 3 need to be replaced?
Right, so I was gonna touch on that. The lead time on a truck now is anywhere from 2 to 3 years. So I don't know if council would want to consider me doing the same thing I did with this vehicle and getting a letter committing to a vehicle in say 26 months or 30 months, if that's what you want to do. And the price isn't going to go down. I don't know. That's something that,
Do you think the price will come down?
no, no.
It's not what I wanted to hear.
No, I mean, a custom truck I built in 2019 is now, I paid $750 for it, is 1.1 million. Upper rescue, yeah.
But we do have 3 more trucks.
You got 3 that you have to look at to replace.
And how many years to replace them?
They're in fairly good shape. I was looking at a fleet overview of everything, and I was going to eliminate a truck in Charlotte Lake and put it to a pumper rescue and then trade in some of them. And they were actually giving me 55 to 60,000 US for those old trucks. So I kind of had a plan there to do that, but I didn't want to put everybody into shock for trying to buy $1 million truck. So
That's good.
and then the other thing too, if I look at used equipment, I can't really follow procurement. I'm sort of sole sourcing, right? That's something that you get approval from council to do that. It's okay, but it's,
Yeah.
it's a commitment.
Susan?
Through Madam Mayor, I'm wondering if, rather than tying us down to today as to whether or not your plan for the 3 vehicles, that we allow you some time to consider this and make a presentation to council,
Sure, I can do that. For sure.
if that's what would be good for everyone else.
I think that's good planning.
Okay. And-
Okay.
Sorry,
Yes.
go ahead, Don. Just to speak to the tower. So we had an incident last October for a possible structure fire filled with propane bottles up in Henderson. And first line truck came in, district chief, he came there from Arden, and he had to navigate the truck into a place where he actually had communication, but as soon as he got out of the truck, he had no communication to give any updates. I have that recording. It was kind of scary for me. I was en route. We had vehicles coming there trying to contact him to try and speak with command to give an update on what was going on. So command was getting to dispatch, but dispatch couldn't connect to him because the radio was too weak to get there. So this is a pretty serious concern that council is going to have to look at. That I think the antenna is going to certainly improve some of those dead areas, but the whole system in general is going to have to be completed at some time. And the reason that I'm saying you go with one company is because if you start using multiple companies to do different things, you'll get one service company though you call up and say, I think it's this, and they'll get there and they say, there's nothing wrong here. It's somebody else. And it doesn't work. I've seen it happen in other municipalities where they've had different providers for different pieces, and it's a mess. So then they have to blow it up basically and get a contract that they can get focused on everything all at once. Plus your warranty is not going to work for you. So it's the big picture. You got to look at your communication system. I'm going to recommend that you have to look at fixing it over the next, if you want to do it prorated over 5 years, that's up to you. Or if you want to do the lease, it's up to you as well. So, but we talked about this last year and it was in the fire master plan as well.
Right. And I think there was also, was there not another incident sort of in the District 4 Parham, and they had no contact either?
Right,
Isn't it?
just down the road from the fire hall. They didn't
have any, they couldn't get contact.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan and then Phil.
I just wondered, Chris, does everybody have a radio or do they have pagers and then pick radios up on site?
We have some new radios that I purchased with the last approval. So we've got I'd say probably a half a dozen to 8 radios in each station. They carry them on their person. And then we have our phones for paging.
So they stay at the hall then, at the
No,
station?
the radios stay with the firefighters.
Understood.
So we've got some people that live in the rural areas, obviously out of town, that they need to, they hopefully get a paging on them, and or if not, they get their phone and they can respond quicker to the scene in the rural areas.
So I guess what I'm saying is, will everybody get a radio? Is that what you're thinking in the future, or?
They're pretty expensive. They're around, well, we're not buying the top of the line. We're buying radios that are just under $2,000 a piece, portable radios.
So it makes more sense to pick them up at the hall or the
Well,
fire
they could-
station, I mean.
The people we know that are going to be around a lot or can run a scene as an IC, we give them the priority of the radio. So with their incident command, they can handle that scene when they get there.
Right.
But our problem right now is the fact that our system's not getting out in the rural areas.
Thanks.
Okay, Philip.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you talked about the communication equipment, and now I'm questioning whether the 177, is that a Band-Aid and it ends up getting replaced or something different? So I just want to make sure we're not wasting money and you're going to come back and say, well, we have to replace it all anyhow.
Nope. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Smith. No, this is part of the component of the whole project. So we started off last year with the 80,000. I got all the mobile radios in the trucks, the vehicles replaced, and I got some portables. I got 20 portables. I think it was 20, wasn't it? Can't remember, 18, 20, I can't remember. So that piece is done. So the antenna is the other component that brings us forward in that 5-6 year program. So that will stay with us. That's permanent. That's not going to get replaced or anything. So
Well, thank you. I just want to make sure we weren't throwing it away.
Okay, Duncan?
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, we've been jumping around a little bit, but of the 177,000, you say there's $150,000 in grant money. So really, we're only spending $27,000.
That's correct, Madam Mayor, Councilor McGregor, yes.
Okay. And then kind of the question I have is like, we've justified all these expenses. But we have to cut something because we can't afford all these items. So how does council like?
Well, we don't know that yet till we get to the bottom.
Okay.
Let's bring in some more.
Because we are at 5%. So if we want to go to 4 or 3 or 2, then we have to look at the overall and where to cut.
Yeah, and I guess that's what I'm saying. We have to start making some cuts and it has to be spread out across all departments because even right now, we're not at 5%. We're at much larger because we're borrowing money and taking from reserves.
Yep.
So.
Okay. Nikki.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So that's my question. Are we just doing the review today of it and then we're going to come back at the very end and then get out the red pencil? And like today's the chance for the managers to make the presentation to us and we don't cut anything till the end. But like Chris is sitting here going, I have to repair a building. I got a hole out the side of my wall and I need to know today what I have. So like, I need some clarity as to what we're doing today.
Well, if there's something that you're really, really not in favor of, then that's what we cut. If it's something that you're not sure in the scheme of things, if we were at 4%, could we leave it? Then I think we leave it. Remember, this is draft. This is not going to be finalized today or in 2023. Chris.
So this truck that I sort of made a commitment to, I'm kind of getting nudged by the supplier a bit because it's been a year and a half. They're actually asking if I would sign off on this.
So we can do a motion separate for that
Yes, we
truck,
can.
Okay.
Mhm.
So,
knowing that it's definitely in the budget.
Okay.
There is no reason anything needs to be held up if in fact today we see it as being a priority and Michael has said, here's how you fund it.
I mean, it's
So before we leave today, we can consider doing a motion for that truck.
okay. Thank you.
Duncan.
So to comment on that though, we've recently had this new information that we're not water shuttle accredited, right? So the only justification, sorry, not the only justification, but major justification for replacing fire trucks is their age. But if we're not accredited and we don't have a plan to get accredited, then why would we necessarily agree to purchase a truck?
Because we have to purchase a truck.
Why would you not want to save two to $300,000?
Yeah.
Oh, I look at it as, why would you spend $550 if we don't need it right now?
I'm going to have to say that, if it's not broke, don't try and fix it. That's not going to work for this. You sooner or later are going to have to commit to improving your fleet.
Yeah.
It's getting aged, you know that as well as I do. That 500,000, that's a cheap fix right now in today's world.
Exactly.
That's right.
So,
And I 100% agree with you. That's not the comment I was making. I'm saying we can't make that decision yet until we know what we're dealing with.
I think we can.
Okay.
I think if I'm going to save $200,000 or $300,000, knowing that there's a time limit to these trucks, not necessarily that we feel there's that time limit, but the powers to be tell us you can't have them after this number of years. It's a given that you have to do it. And you can cut off your nose and spite your face, but you're going to pay 800,000 next year or $1 million.
and if I could just talk about the truck, the safety features on the trucks today are far superior to what they were 20 years ago. I mean, it's just everything on the truck is going to improve the service and the level of service that we bring too. So,
And we've got 3 more behind this to deal with. So if we don't do one of them soon at this price, we're going to be doing 3 of them at $1 million.
yeah.
Nikki, Philip, somebody had their hand up.
I did, so if we're gonna talk about the fire truck, I mean, the $3,500 for the fixing the Arden Fire Hall hole in the wall, I mean, that kind of seems like a no-brainer. We should say, go ahead and. do that.
$3,500 in my mind is operations, not capital. I don't even know why it's in the capital portion.
Sorry, I just want to make everybody aware that it's still ongoing from the last capital project, and I've dragged this on for too long, so I want to get it done. So,
We'll add that to the motion.
okay, all right.
Fix
Thank
the
you.
wall. Okay, page 16. This shows the reserves, Michael. Transfer
Page
to,
16 for the
transfer
fire,
from.
yes. And so just to comment, I did quietly tell everybody there, but the new paper that you got is the version to version adjustment, with the farthest column to the right being 2023 actuals to date. So as of today. So yes, the transfer to and from reserves, we're actually transferring, we were trying to transfer 420,000 into reserves. We're actually pulling 243. On the very third column from the right, Madam Mayor.
In the new paper or the?
In the new paper, yes. It's a bolded column, a little bit bold. Title says 2024 Council Review. And that is still on page 16. So on page 16, Councillor Smith, you'll also see that $150,000 there that Councillor pointed out on the far right column. Is everybody on page 16 at the transfer to from reserves?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So yes, we're now pulling 242, and that really comes about again because we're trying to set money aside for specific projects. We say we've set aside X dollars, but when we've wanted to keep taxes low in the past and we've pulled from reserves, I've pulled it from corporate services and there's no money left in there other than a couple $100,000. So now we're pulling from every department. So even though we say we put aside 300,000 for a truck or a building, there's no money there.
Philip, and then Bill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when we're pulling from reserves like that, Michael, when we put money aside for specific projects, how do we make, I guess, either maybe council or everyone aware that, you know, that money we thought we were putting aside for X is now gone?
So the easiest way would be like that summary for, through Madam Mayor, Councillor Smith, the easiest way would be that's like that summary that I did, almost a line, or what I'm trying to get to is categorize it by building. So then if it's for we'll have to, I don't have a great answer for you right now. We're going to have to decide some way which project it's pulled out of. Ultimately, council is deciding to pull money from reserves. And we could ask at this table, say, do we pull out of this? Do we pull out of this? I mean, we could probably have a whole day session on that.
No, but I think that's important that we know if council makes decisions to save money for something, and then we're making a decision to say, okay, we're taking it from reserves, we need to know which future projects or what we thought we were going to save the money for is no longer there.
One of the problems with the municipal budget is things are not netted out side by side. And I think anybody who's ever dealt with this budget has found that confusing. And I know that's just not the way we do our presentations, but
Okay.
you could in fact have a line that says revenue expenses side by side and where that money comes from. But I think what we've typically said is anything that wasn't spent last year that was taxed for will be reserved. Michael's just lumped all the reserve money, but he can break that down, I suppose, if we want that. Is that what you want? Or is it enough to be said that everything that was taxed last year and budgeted for is in that 1.7 million?
So I mean, even just today, I thought we had $60,000 set aside for a generator in our reserves, and it was just part of the general reserves, I guess. So I mean, what other things did we think were there that maybe we already spent the money
So,
for, right? So
so you want Michael then to give us a page that says, here's what was set aside in 2023. Here's what was spent.
well, Michael's going to hate me, but I think going forward,
No, I won't.
we do need to know going forward what it is, and then council's making an informed decision saying, no, we're going to pull that money from that project. We may not be able to do it in the future.
If you want to see that, I'm sure you can
I'm
do
not
that.
asking you to do it for this budget purpose, but going forward, when we're putting money into reserves, I think we really need where it's going.
But again, there are specific reserves that are named and kept there, right, Michael?
So when I started, there was fire reserves. That's it. Nothing. I feel that if you don't put a name on it or it's not attached to something, it can be spent on anything. What I'm realizing over the last 11 years or 12 years is that you can get quite the list. So then to Councillor Smith's point, which one are we pulling from? And it's a good question, and I'll never hate you. It's just a matter of what's the easiest way to get this done. And operational wise, it's becoming a bit of a PITA to have it itemized. So that's where I was thinking of the reserve policy. And when we come for that, we can have a better discussion as well. But so citywide, again, being our Bible of where we're supposed to get numbers from, what I started doing a couple of years ago was citywide annual requirements buildings. That would be a lot easier to manage than Piccadilly Hall or Olden Hall or whatever. So if we did that, then that would be easier to say, okay, council, if we're pulling $50,000 from fire reserves and we have these 5 categories, do we take it evenly or middle? And that the more I think about it, I forget which councillor I said to that I didn't have a good comfort level of which way I wanted to go. I'm starting to warm up to this idea. It'd be easier. It still designates it a little bit to a category. So we've got buildings, vehicles, land, landfill, land improvements, and machinery and equipment. So at least we can have an idea of what it's supposed to go to. And then an easier idea to when we're cutting, what are we really cutting from? So I feel like that's the answer, council, right now.
That was a long answer to a short question.
So
But-
the high level summary is, and Erin's going to shoot me because she's listening and says, Michael, keep it simple. I won't finish that sentence, but yeah, when I bring a reserve policy, we can talk about it more and summarize the reserves a little bit easier for us to manage operational wise and at the council table.
So does that help with the decisions for today? Or is that something that we need to see? Okay, so on the major discussion of the truck, is there any money in reserves for the truck? That's the question.
So right now at the end of 2023, if I can read the numbers, 500,000 is what it's saying is in reserves, and we are pulling 242.
No. Forget what you're pulling. What I want to know is the expense that's in here is $540 for a truck. In the reserves that have been set aside, is there $540 sitting in there for a truck?
That you were gonna pull out and put in.
Yep, there's 112,000 under citywide annual requirements vehicles. There is, or 15,000 up here. That's for boats, so 112,000 is in reserves right now for trucks.
Okay, so the $541,000 truck has a revenue against it of 112,000 that can be used. So the purchase is a little over 300,000. So given that information, is council prepared to buy that truck? So, all right. Now, and that, Michael, I'm sorry, but you're an accountant, we're not.
Mhm.
If we can take that hunk of $1.7 million and start to look at it in pieces, I think it'll make a lot more sense for us and help
Okay.
us make decisions better. So
Okay.
can I have a motion
Hold on,
that we
just-
purchase this fire truck? Moved by Nikki,
Here.
Seconded.
We're gonna do the resolution here.
seconded by Lynn.
Yeah.
Yes. No, we're voting on it. Yes. We're going,
Just gonna
Yeah.
purchase this truck right now.
for now is the purchase, then Michael can figure out and bring back to us how we're going to finance it. But we're financing 300,000 instead of 5. Okay. Whew, that was a tough one.
So what you
Michael,
want then?
I
so
wanna
is
be
that
your
For the
assistant.
resolution, then you want that council go forward and purchase the fire truck in the amount of, is it gonna be 300,000?
No, 541
541
plus tax, right? Or does that include tax? Plus tax.
plus tax. And then you want to
And that
take
it be taken out of the 2024 budget.
Okay. All right. That council.
Okay, and we wanted to add to that something else. What was it? Oh. Do you need that in there?
No.
I don't-
No, I don't think so.
Operating.
It's emergency.
My goodness, we can find $3,500. I'll throw in 10.
So Michael and I have talked about this several times, that we want to allocate funds and build a reserve for trucks.
Yes.
So and it would have to go up a percentage CPI every year to make that.
We have to decide on our CPI today too.
So,
Well, we'll try
yeah, I know.
We'll
It's a big-
try
It's a big
when we
ask,
get
but-
to the end to see where we are.
Yeah,
Again, if you can't buy the groceries, you can't put money in the bank
I
too.
understand. But when I come back with the report for the
Yes,
allocating the fleet and trying to adjust it, we'll see if we can talk about it then.
yeah, for sure,
Okay.
for sure. Nikki,
Chief, just a quick question. This truck comes with everything except for like it comes with lights and all of that. It just doesn't come like the hose and the incidentals that you move from
Right.
vehicle to vehicle.
We're
We're not going to pay extra for any of that.
No, it'll need a radio, but everything else will be there. And the hose, we've got it in the budget there as well. So,
Okay,
yeah.
okay,
thank you.
Bill,
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to Mr. McGovern. Above the 150,000 in other revenue, you've got 150,000 tangible capital assets. What might that be?
That $150,000 there through Madam Mayor and Councillor Everett is the Derico funding. It said, that's the title of that full string of GL accounts together.
Oh, okay, and it's just added up.
It's tied in with the FIR that Steve mentioned earlier, really.
Thank you.
okay, I'm gonna call the vote on the
Just a sec.
question
Just
when
wait a sec.
Kathy gets it. She's not ready yet.
No, want to make sure we get it all in here.
All right. So on page 16, then, we're at the grand total here of the budget, right? There's no other questions on that section? No, just on just on fire, just on that last section. Okay,
A couple questions, Madam Mayor. So, Fire Pro software solutions or something went up $2,500.
you're back on a different page.
Yeah, sorry. It was just a
Which
couple.
page?
Operation, it's page 10.
Okay. And the easy answer to that?
the 2023 was 2,500 and then the 2024 was 5,000. Fire Pro Service Agreement.
Just 1 second, I'll go to that over here.
It's in the numbers, 541, that's all I get them to say.
I think I might know.
It
one.
just says 2,500 under inflation, Chris.
Yeah. So the first year we got it was a partial year. And then this year we paid a full year. Yeah. Okay.
Next one is uniform clothing. Uniform and clothing is listed twice, so once for 4,000 and one for 10,000.
Yes, so I guess that's something Michael and I have been working on.
Yeah.
So I guess the previous practice was that administration was separate for clothing and uniforms, and then the crews were a separate line.
Okay.
We can talk about that and get that sorted. We could put it all under one.
Okay, training and staff development. There's two different line items for that.
Right. So the training staff development would mean for us to go on a conference or whatever, or to labor relations seminar. In other words, it's January, Jesse's going to that. So that's what that's for.
Oh, sorry, you know what I'm saying is there's a line item for training and then a line item for staff development.
Right. So
What's the difference?
staff development is, I said, for us, the administration side,
Yep.
and the other one's for the crews.
41.
Okay, all right. And then conventions is a new line item that wasn't in 2023.
Right. So we actually, Jesse's attending some conferences. So he just came back from the midterm. Good information for Jess, gets him up to speed on what's expected. I'm not going myself. I'm just sending him. So.
Okay, and then last question for operations is you had talked about renewing the contract with Frontenac Paramedic Service. And in here we have medical equipment. It switches. So last year it was purchase, now this year it's maintenance. I just wondered, will that contract try to put some of that weight back on the paramedics to pay for some of that equipment?
Yeah, so through the CAO talking with county, what has happened is you probably know this too, is the county paramedics now, instead of having all their vehicles go on standby down in Kingston, they're actually staying in their own areas. We've probably reduced our call volume by 85% since that happened last month. So you're going to see a big reduction in our payroll for one, and for as us for supplies. But the other thing that we're concerned about is that we're not getting enough calls to keep the guys interested. So we're hoping that the training is going to pick that up. So
Now stop that.
the double sword. Well, it's true, but
And operation contracted services inside and contracted services outside
Right.
had a pretty steep increase. What was that caused by? Or what is that for?
so what the outside services includes is the disposal, the dumpsters and so on. That price went up significantly this year, right? Just recently. Also then, the outside contracts, we have all the floors done in all the stations. They're waxed and cleaned every year now, so.
Okay. All right, perfect.
Okay.
You thank you
Two
for all,
questions, you know.
I know, sorry for all the rapid fire questions, but you answered them all. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion moved by Nikki Gowdy, seconded by Lynn Clegis, that council approve the purchase of a fire truck in the amount of $541,000 plus tax, and further authorize the fire chief to issue a purchase order for the fire truck. All those in favor? Motion's carried.
That's what Michael wants. Always.
Thank you
Orders.
very much. Sort.
Okay,
Right?
I'll put that under the yes button.
Yes,
Okay,
Hit it. You can hit it.
all right, is
And the
that
chief-
it for fire? Oh, sorry.
And the chief is going to bring back a plan going forward for the future of the replacement of all vehicles for us to look at.
Yes, so I did send out a fleet replacement a while ago, but I will try and I'll give you a picture of what I think should happen. Doesn't necessarily mean it has to, it's just something for you to look at and we can discuss it. We'll do that next year.
Okay, good. All right, I think that's it for fire. Now we have roads. And we are at 1:15, so we may not get through all of roads, but we'll make an attempt to do it.
to.
So it starts on page 37 for Public Works. If
Page
if people are looking.
37.
Page 30.
Oh, look at that.
Second.
All right. We have a very short revenue section. Michael, who's going to take us through it? Are you going to do it or maybe
Well,
what will?
I
do-
thought you were doing a great job, Madam Mayor, just saying page 37 and
All
if
right.
there's any questions, and we just keep going down is what I was thinking.
Okay, I'm good with that. All right, so
Andy's?
is there anything unusual on that first page that anybody wants to ask questions about?
Page 37.
Page 37. The new ones, have you got
The
the
new
new
one,
one
he gave
then?
you a new one.
So
Yeah,
on the
it's
new
on
one, yeah. Page 37. Page 38. Oh, 37, go ahead.
No, 38, I'm sorry.
Oh,
38.
38.
The Godfrey Garage salt contamination expense.
We're still.
That's a huge discrepancy between $30,629.
Sorry, I'm just,
What our actuals were.
Yeah.
It probably
So
hasn't
do
been
we
billed
have,
yet.
are we mandated due to the insurance claim that it has to be $30,000 or?
I have to look and see what Michael's got in this. He's there.
so I'm definitely surprised to see that because I know that Amy gave me a bill to send to the insurance company the other day and I'm sure it was $16,000. So
I have to
I
look at that.
can look into that.
Okay.
Actually, Michael, on your very first one you sent out to us, you had the actuals at 14,885, but the
Okay.
new updated one you just gave us today is 629.
And in the same GL number?
Yep.
Okay.
10-060-060-070-442.
So something's been posted wrongly or
Yeah.
missed.
Mhm.
Or I'm.
Well, the revenue could have been billed to that expense. I'll look into that here.
We'll star that one. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So total general expense. Any questions or
Um,
comments there?
I have an answer already, Madam
Okay.
Mayor, and that's exactly what happened. The revenue went to there to show a zero. So we billed so far 15,657.46, which offsets it down to that 629. So at least we know the system's reporting correctly. We just need to correct that. I'll do a journal entry.
So if we netted everything, we'd have a whole different picture on actuals.
Well, and that's what it always is. And I know the insurance company came to us a long time ago and said, hey, would you, like a buyout in the next couple of years? So we're still getting netted out, which is great.
Okay. Ever,
I don't know.
forever.
Yeah, it's forever.
So that's whatever changes there isn't going to affect the bottom line? Okay, so it'll be an in and out. Okay,
Correct.
all right. So the next is equipment maintenance, all different vehicles. Anything out of the ordinary there? Seeing none. Page 39 is a whole bunch more vehicles. There's one, oh, the grader. No questions there? 40, page 40. And this is garage, it's separated by garages. Anything on there? And okay, nothing on page 40. We can come back to it if you find something. Susan?
Sorry, I'm looking puzzled. I am a bit puzzled. I'm just looking at some of the actuals from, so if we just looked at the top of page 39, and I'm sure there's a very clear explanation that I'm missing. If we look at the very first one, which, so for council review, we've got 10,000, but year-to-date actuals are 22,929. Like, when the actuals are so much higher than what you're proposing.
And the gentleman beside me can comment on why it was spent to that, but they do manage within that budget. So if one is under, one is over, sometimes there are emergency purchases that have had to be done. We do expect the managers to manage within their budget as well. So it may not always come out of repairs. It may come out of another category.
Okay.
Chances are it's a major repair that happened to that international truck that are supposed to be so good.
And the one below it is lower, so it's, I'm guessing it balances out, but this is my ignorance, I'm afraid, so.
Steve?
To you, Madam Mayor, and Councillor Irwin, this is one of the trucks that we were talking about earlier with the emissions fix, which we don't know when it's gonna happen, and it's at another $10,000 usually on top of whatever the cost of it was. So a lot of these trucks have all that emission stuff, and that's one of them that we didn't expect to have to do it so early, so it happened, so, and we gotta fix it to keep it going.
Okay. Nikki?
I have a question that came back from last year's budget. There was many issues with the Doosan wheeled excavator. Can you give us an update on, are you keeping it? Did you find a replacement? Where you're going over it? 'Cause it's on the list. I'm sorry.
Steve, you can answer that lovely question.
Yeah, push the button, please.
No, I don't want to hear this. Where do I start?
Just the short version, please.
Short version, we would like to not keep it. We were told that we were locked in a lease, so probably since the first 3 days I've been here, I've been negotiating fairly strongly with them as to, let's get us out of this lease, almost to the point of threatening them. Are we on? Oh yeah, we are. I'll be careful. Yeah. So we've got notification that we are out of the lease. We haven't had anything in writing yet. I was hoping to get it before today, and we're sending it back. Not happy with it. It doesn't brush the way it should brush. None of the operators, and I say none, there's only 2 that are qualified to use it. We wanted to keep it down to 2 operators. Are certainly not happy with it. We've tried, I would say, 5 different renditions of how the computer works and how it perceives the 2 pumps. There's 2 pumps that drive the machine. They tried to get 1 pump running only the brusher and 1 pump running the rest of the machine. It just hasn't functioned well, and they're very supportive of it now. It's taken them a while to get there, but high credit for them to come around to this. So we're hoping to take that, put it back in, and with the money that we get, purchase something that's reasonable for us. Well, that's where we are. And
Okay.
thanks so much for asking.
All right. Page 40. Again, that's garages. And again, a lot of our year-to-dates will change again when the finals come in. Page 41.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
underground infrastructure,
Page what?
41.
41, okay. Halfway down the page,
At
where's
the near the bottom. Yeah. You've got 15. Yes, thank you, Steve.
To you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Gowdy. I was actually talking to the people that did that's I think that is for catch basins, when we clean catch basins. And they sent the bill to the wrong township, so it's gonna be coming.
They didn't have to correct that.
That's what I said, but. So that's why there's nothing there right now, because they actually sent to the wrong place.
Do you anticipate it will be around 15,000?
It'll be close, I think. I think,
Okay,
yeah. It won't be over. I don't think it'll be over.
okay. Page 42. Nothing jumps out there. Duncan?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So it looks like when I look at the 2023 actuals for line items, regulatory signs and guardrails, 20,000 and 50,000, but they wouldn't use any of that money?
We used 8,700 of the regulatory signs. Have you got the new one, Duncan? Yeah?
Yeah. So to be correct, we actually only used $8,763 of that chunk of money.
It's all our reflective signs, I think, isn't it?
Nothing for guardrails?
Yeah. There's,
Sorry,
to you, Madam Mayor, Councilor McGregor, there's still outstanding bills for that haven't been in yet. So, but we did them on 38 and 509.
Okay, thank you.
okay. Nikki and then Dan?
And we'll be doing the guardrails on Westport Road next summer because we deferred it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Dan?
I got a couple of questions on the guardrails. The plant growth seemed to overtake can we get at that a little earlier this year coming, or like we waited for the kids to get out of school, but in hindsight, it was really too late with all the growth this year. But everything was really grew crazy this year, but
The pigweed was on the road.
yeah, it was just unbelievable.
You, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we'll be at it sooner. We pushed the guardrails and did the weeds went at the same time. So usually we send the students out to cut the weeds, but it is getting harder with the hogweed and the poison ivy. So this year it should go quicker because there's not as much there. It's been quite a while since we did it. So
Was there not, Steve, something last year that you got an arm on something that you could go behind the guardrails and mow them? Seems to me Tyson had said something about some invention that they were going to try.
you, Madam Mayor, I don't know if it's that, but we have a mower with an arm on it that we can reach behind the guardrails. So then we do between the guardrails with the weed eaters and stuff.
Oh,
But because we haven't the winter sand and building up in the guardrails, it was deep, so we had to push it. We built a pusher for the backhoe and the grader.
right. Okay. Philip, did you? And Nikki?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, speaking with Tyson, he had mentioned we might be looking at spraying next year around the guardrails.
You, Madam Mayor, Councilor Smith. I know Noah was working on that just before he left, so I have some of his stuff, but we were talking about getting on a tender with South Frontenac.
So I guess, is that included in the budget or?
I think you better be careful with
Oh, yeah.
spraying and what we're spraying before we do anything.
No, I understand that, but I
There's a
mean,
lot of water beside those guardrails. If it's not too poisonous,
Yeah,
But-
that was, if I recall the discussion, it was South Frontenac did a trial this past summer and it was successful and it was not noxious or it was noxious to the pigweed and all that crap, but it wasn't dangerous to the wildlife or anything. And that was what Tyson and Noah were working on
oh, good.
to go do a joint tender for next summer. Now that we've cleaned up all the built up of the sand and everything. And the turtle
Good.
people were going to be happy.
Good. The turtle people and the environmental people that don't want garbage in the water. And us, because we have to breathe it and live
so
here.
just to reiterate, is
Is it
that
in the
part of
budget?
Budget then, the future tender for that?
I've made a note on the document and we can look into it and make sure, Councillor Smith, if it is. So the bee people like it too?
Maybe.
What are you talking?
No,
Oh, we need to shut this up.
Okay, so anything else on 42? Dan?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Michael, what's that consist of, the CP crossing, 35,000?
Every crossing we own.
We have.
Yeah, so it's bills that come in that maybe Steve or Steve can comment a little more educated wise, but bills that come in that we have no say over for maintenance of all the different crossings that we have in our township.
That's correct.
We get them and we pay them.
What happens is CP does the maintenance and bills us every place it crosses a road. No, they bill us. For instance, I think one of the bills I saw was like $900,000 for each time they did maintenance. So it adds up.
Did we ever hear anything back from the ministry on the crossing? No, nothing.
Nope, still a good bump there.
Can we push them?
I don't think it's going to work because they're not answering. Anyway.
Can we not pay them before the next time? The 250?
I'll leave that with council. Most of the bills that I'm seeing here are, you know, within a $500 to $1,500, and there's one for $15,000.
Wow. And that's maintenance.
Just me.
That's my understanding.
Unbelievable. Anyhow, it is what it is.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, the 15,000 is replace crossing planks versus maybe
Yeah.
a routine maintenance, just to be fair.
Okay. We need to be fair. CP doesn't have a lot of money, I'm sure. 43, page 43. Okay,
Can
yes.
we go
ahead.
through the capital projects individually again, please?
Sure. Are we at capital? Yes, we are.
Yeah.
All right. So our first one is Tandem's plow truck.
Right. Depending which way we want to go through it. If we want to go through here, I just have to find it in that sheet, the detailed sheet at the back. So I can do that.
Okay, we'll wait till you find your detail sheet.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
Steve Gould. The gray truck, is that the truck that was the emergency purchase last year to replace the small one that went down Evergreen and everything that did the plowing?
To you, Madam Mayor, the gray single axle truck that you see out there, that was the one we were supposed to purchase, yes, last year, and then it got too late. We went and looked for a couple and they weren't any good, and we ended up plowing with a pickups all these roads, and it was kind of hard on them. So yeah, we did get this. This is the one that we approved. Yeah, to replace the orange one. Yeah. And the orange one was bought when we replaced the contractor that was out in that area. We had to buy the single axle to help take over the area.
So that truck is up on screen now.
okay. Truck number 20, does that help us? So it replaces a tandem truck, which is truck 20. Tell us more about why we need to replace that truck.
Age was 9.5 years.
The average age of our trucks are 9.5 years. This one's 18 years old. And
Oh.
we've been trying to keep it together. And I know we had 300,000 in the budget last year to try to purchase a used one. I found like a couple used ones and they were almost $300,000, but they were already 5 years old, 6 years old. So it didn't make sense to spend 300,000 on a truck that's already half its life's gone. So
Okay. Okay,
Have you found a truck for the 410,000 or would just want 410,000 to go shopping with?
for you, Madam Mayor. No, I've talked to like the international dealer and that's what the price will be. He said for going forward to budget for, he said budget for 410. So like I'll put it to everybody else too, like Mac and whoever, but international says budget 410.
okay.
Sorry, so
Philip and then Duncan?
that's for a new truck? Okay, and what's gonna happen with truck 20?
To you, Madam Mayor, surplus. Yep.
We'll sell it.
Maybe.
Well, hopefully. Duncan?
Through Madam Mayor, so this is truck 20. So it looks like in 2023, we've spent only $2,431 on repairs. Is that the right number?
To you, Madam Mayor, Councilor McGregor, there's still bills to come in for that, and that truck hasn't been safety yet either, and we're not even really sure if it's gonna pass safety yet, so.
Follow-up question, is that truck worth anything when we sell it or surplus it?
To you, Madam Mayor, Councilor McGregor, I would anticipate maybe 5,000.
Bill?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm seeing the sheep's foot on the individual page, but I'm not seeing it in the ledger.
Have you got the new pages, Bill?
These are the new pages, yes.
Okay, it's right in the middle, tandem plow truck.
No, the sheep's foot, the
Oh.
compactor sheep's foot.
Oh, I don't have those.
He's requesting it, but I don't see it here.
Let me see if I can find it.
I know where it is. Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Everett, it's not in Public Works, it's under Waste in the capital.
Apologies.
So let's move on. Half-ton truck, 65,000. Pardon? I don't know. What truck is that? Is there a truck being replaced with that one?
Yes,
we go.
Madam Mayor, that will replace the truck number 3, which is a 2014 GMC. It's got 400,000 on it. That's a truck they use to patrol
Okay,
morning and night, and they use it during the day.
that's the one Steve mentioned was going steady.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Nikki?
So because we already have a public manager's truck, which with the shuffle, I don't know what the shuffle's gonna work, but your truck, Steve, would go to the next supervisor. And then, so there's no way we can cut a truck like this, not replace this truck and do another year with it?
Do you, Madam Mayor? Not really. Not really. I guess that's the answer. We kind of need it. We need it. So
Because again, if your patrollers are out in the middle of the night, they need a reliable truck. So what, would you take this truck and they would take your truck?
well, the truck I drive right now would be the supervisor truck or whatever, and then
Oh,
I would
right.
probably take Tyson's old truck. Because we actually have another truck that's due to here very soon. That's costing a lot of repairs. So
Okay,
it's a pickup truck, half done.
okay. Duncan?
Through Madam Mayor, I have to ask the question. Why does this have to be a truck? Why can't it be a car?
Steve Keeley, what's your experience on cars?
I'm kind of on the outside of this, but every time I've had a truck, I've had a set of chains in it. I've had pylons, probably some sand in it as well, bunch of gear, standard half-ton stuff. You need tow hooks in the front. I've often towed other trucks out of the ditch. So saying you need a, I don't know, car or something like that, it just doesn't fly. 4-wheel drive, so you actually get there. Yeah.
Sure.
So if this is for the patroller or could be used by a patroller, they shouldn't need a 4-wheel drive because if they do, then we're not on the road. So that was what I was kind of getting at. If this is just being used for like a runaround vehicle. We have lots of vehicles in the fleet that I feel could accomplish those things you just said. And we should try to think more about like an environmentally friendly option and saving the taxpayers some dollars on gas and maintenance of a smaller vehicle. That was my thought.
If I may, the environmentally friendly option right now is the Ford Lightning, which is about 113,000. I don't feel that's a real savings at this point, maybe when they come down a bit. We're not sure of the longevity of that truck either. So, yeah, I don't think it's viable right at the moment.
Okay. All right, moving on. Next is the drum roller. That's been cut, is it? Yep, okay. Diesel plate packer, that's cut too. Okay, so we'll go on to the non-cut. I don't see,
Roadside mower, Madam Mayor.
where's that? Oh, yeah, there we go, 60,000. Oh, right. All right, so roadside mower. What does that say?
To you, Madam Mayor, is this for the mowers that we use to cut the sides of the roads with? The ones we have now are about approximately 5 to 6 years old. And they have rollers on the back that get wore out. The roller itself is $7,000 to $8,000 replaced. The drum is, I have to get the exact numbers, but it's gonna be like 10 to 15,000 for the drum. And so once it gets so much use on it, it's costing more repairs than it is to replace it and get one with warranty. And we need to mow the sides of the road for the sight lines and keep traffic safe.
Okay, Philip?
Is that the one that's on the tractor with the arm, or, because we're not talking sickle mowers for 60 grand?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councilor Smith. No, it's the other two that do the sides of the road. The other one with the arm does behind the guardrails and brushes. We have 3 tractors. 2 of them do the roadside mowing for a couple months straight, so.
And will this make 3 tractors? Or are we replacing one of those?
No, it's just the mower attachment for the back of it. The tractors aren't getting replaced. This is the mowers.
This is the.
This is for 2 mowers.
Okay, sorry.
I call them mowers or mulchers, grass.
The
cutters.
big things.
Yeah, off the side.
Lynn,
You mentioned that you wanted to get warranty on like a vehicle or the mowers that have warranty on them. How long is the warranty good for, and is the current ones expired from their warranty?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councilor Kaligas. If I believe so, it's 2 years. I think about 2 years warranty on it. So we're over that now by 3.
okay, Philip? Might as well just leave your button on, Steve.
If you can just explain the difference between the mower you're talking about and a sickle mower, because from how far we're cutting in off the side of the road, I don't know what the difference is really going to be for us.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor. For the last, like I know before 5 or 6 years ago, we had sickle mowers here and they cut the grass. This mower cuts it all up and mulches it up, and it's on a drum. It's not just a sickle mower, it's a drum. So it'll actually cut a couple inch round brush too. Like it'll cut grass and brush a little bit. But
Where the sickle mower doesn't.
no, and it'll do, I think it's 8 feet. It'll offset 8 feet off the side of the tractor. So.
And not mulch.
Okay. A flail mower.
Oh yeah, leave it.
The farmer over here tells us. Nikki?
We're not going 8 feet in on the sides of the roads. On
No.
most of our roads, we're lucky to go a couple of feet. Like, just to be devil's advocate here, we have a lot of rock. So we're not going.
Cut those 2.
We grow them. We're not going very far in. So I understand what you're saying about the mulching and doing the brush and stuff. But again, if you're not able to go that full 8 feet, a flail mower, sickle mower would do.
If I can, a flail mower and sickle mower will not do that. The sickle mower, they die if they hit a tree. And a flail mower, as soon as you start hitting the flails on rocks, you mentioned you grow them. They don't do very well either. And I think there's some confusion here. The reason, and when I did my presentation, we talked about liability is for sight lines. So you have, I don't know, 1,100 kilometers of lane kilometers here that you have to mow. So that's what those 2 mowers are about. Once you start mowing, you probably mow for 3 weeks straight to get that done. So these particular mowers have a longer life than sickle mower. I've had sickle mowers before. They're what my grandfather used to mow hay. The other thing, Councillor Smith, you asked about, the other one that's on the arm is used for brushing to keep the brush back. We have to keep the roads, I think it's 13.5 feet. They have to be clear on the top so that the arm reaches up, and as Steve mentioned before, it goes in the other side of the guardrails as well. So that's the 3 mowers we have right now. I hope that clears it up a bit. And the feature of it does reach out. That's handy in some cases, but it happens to be a feature. You're absolutely right. We're probably staying within 6 feet of the road. So
Okay.
let's leave that up.
Oh, Linz, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What's the difference in price between a sickle mower and this type of mower?
Thousands.
Yeah. Well, probably a big difference. I'd have to look. I don't know exact numbers, but a sickle mower probably is cheaper.
Okay, right.
Yeah, like.
So
Yeah.
the next one is the Sharbot Lake Causeway Bridge, $200,000. Steve, you talked about this earlier with it being sitting on pavement or rock or whatever. Duncan?
So earlier in your presentation, you said the traffic control plan costs almost as much as the bearing replacement. Is that right? How long a project is this?
It'll be a guesstimate, right?
You don't hear this too often. I don't know. Don't know how long it will take. bearings is simply a bearing replacement, but keep in mind the the bridge has to be backed up. In order to do that, you may have to close it for an evening or something. I understand you close it for a Christmas parade, so maybe you can close it for an evening as well.
Not the bridge, not the
No, they
bridge.
don't.
No?
There's
Okay.
still a lane.
Delayed.
Oh, it's delayed,
They
okay.
can't.
Just slow down, slower traffic for a while. I don't know the answer to that one.
Which line?
It's just,
What page?
in it,
40.
there was not an estimate of traffic control.
I can tell you that driving to Ardoc when I was delivering Meals on Wheels, they were doing the same thing. And literally, I would say it was a month of having just one lane. And then they'd switch over and you have the other one the next couple of weeks. So it's not a fast fix, I don't think.
It's a good question. Sorry, I don't know the answer.
Mhm.
We would have to get an engineer to give us some timelines and costs and all of that stuff. Okay. All right. And the other thing is the Fifth Depot plate culvert. 400,000. And again, you talked about that one, Steve.
Oh, I can, yes. I don't know what's to talk about. It's a big culvert. It's not a single plate. There's not a multi-plate culvert. It's just one honking big. They're called CSP culverts. We're definitely not going to put a CSP is corrugated something or other anyway, with zinc plating on it. And in here with the granite that we grow, they don't last as long as you think. And so wherever possible, and certainly in this case, we'll put a plastic culvert in. They cost a fraction more, 10% more, and nobody knows how long they last. They last at least 80 years. So that's what's going in.
So tell me, if do you need this approved today? And what's the next steps if we are to get this done? Does it have to be engineered and then the tender called?
This is, although it's a lot of money, this is a simpler one to do than the 38 one, I believe. Traffic is a lot lower. And the culverts come in sections so that you can do one half of the road and have the traffic diverted that way and then do the other half of the road. I don't think it needs to be approved today.
Okay.
Do you? No.
Okay, so
Monday, maybe?
it won't be Monday.
Okay.
All right, then let's move on to page 44. And Charlotte Lake Village project, 470,000. So this is,
You're waiting for me, I'm waiting for you, Madam Mayor, this is Mr. Keeley. That's the one that Mr. Keeley was talking about earlier, where we have to expand the intention of the project and get approval for it first.
now
But
this
it
is,
isn't here.
this is the one that Duncan had pointed out to me that the previous roads manager talked about having public input to have a public meeting about what we're going to do. I think the public or the idea at that time was that everything was on the table, but we've found out since that that's not the case. So I still think if we want to have a public meeting, that could be just the topic of the day. But before we would do that, I think we would need to know exactly what the options are. And that was something that Tyson was going to bring to us. Is that something you guys can bring to us as to what possibilities could be considered? Because if we're going to have a public meeting, we need to at least be able to have the topics being discussed that are real. There's no sense saying we want to have a Taj Mahal if we can only have an outhouse or something like that. Is that a possibility?
I would say absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Not.
Okay, tell me more.
Michael, you were there with me. He was extremely clear that our options are to extend Matthew Street to the water with parking on each side of Matthews, if that's the way it was designed. And the other option was to extend Cannon I guess across the two trails and as far as we could get it to go with the money. The other options are almost hand waving. He was very clear when we pointed at the parking lot for the library. No, parking lots are not there at all. Of course, we're standing in Public Works, which has a parking lot that is a little embarrassing. No, not that either. So the only additional parking we're getting would be along Matthew Street on each side of the street. As far as having a public meeting and getting everybody's hopes up is, I think it's deadly for council to do that. And I shouldn't use those kind of words maybe, but it's just not in the cards.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
If there's only certain things we can do, then we need to know that up front.
And that's what he was very clear. Steve Hamlin was very clear at, no, this is not a pot of money that you can do a whole lot with. And I know something's come up about putting in a retaining wall where it wasn't put before. I even hesitate to put that in the application. And when I say I hesitate to put in the application, I think it should be the engineering company that did Charbert Lake to be doing it, because they have all the plans on their AutoCAD and they can just extend it down and give us a cost for doing it. It means that we're shovel ready when we do the application, not just sort of thinking we'd like to have this, here's the plans. So we need to put a little bit of money towards the engineering company to get that done, I believe. And I think that will fly very well. If we say we want to put, I don't know what in after he's told us, these are your options, I think we're not going to do it.
Okay.
This particular bundle of money that we have here sitting here all the time is not there. It's only there if we have a successful application.
Okay. Philip?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to comment and say, I don't know where we're putting parking on Matthew Street. We were told there's not room for anything on Matthew Street. But if we've
The extension down.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sorry.
But if there are options for how they've allowed us to put the application in for, I think it is important that we go back to the public and say, this is what we've been told is available. Because we've made it fairly clear in public meetings that we were going to go back to the public for that.
And I did look up the report and the resolution. So it is on the books. So to do that, and I can bring that forth to council. So it is there. So you're right. I think that there is the intention, and there's a resolution passed about a public meeting. So we probably still should be bringing it forth to council, that you make it as part of the public meeting, but you can scope out exactly what we're only able to get done.
I'd like to propose that we not have a special meeting just for this,
No.
but that we have a section of an agenda where it's well advertised that people can come and sit and listen, and we'll take their comments, but we will set the parameters of what we know is being discussed on the table. I think that's only fair. And we can do that maybe
Okay.
February, March. And you guys can come up with some
Okay.
costing for grant purposes, knowing what you know, what you're going to suggest we do, Steve. And then we'll have that at that same meeting so people realistically see all of the details that we have. Duncan?
I agree with you 100%. So it's just as important we have the meeting to tell them we have no options as to ask for their opinion. Like they need to know.
Sure. Yeah, because it was kind of left that there were options. We thought that this money was just sitting there and we got to figure out how to spend it. And it's not quite that scenario. Nikki?
To the Steves, when do you have to have the proposal in, and when will we hear back that we're allowed to spend the money? So is this a project we're going to see next summer, or is it going to be another year of paper pushing around and deciding what to do?
I looked to Michael a little bit because he was there as much as me. I think March, we'd have to have something in by March.
Sorry, I was just starting to draft an email to Mr. Hamlin and see when exactly we
Right.
need that in by, so we can have a definite answer for you later.
Good. Good. Yeah, I don't think that money's going to be sitting there forever. It's very much time limited. And the winter times may be a good time to if we can get some prices of what is suggested being done to have that meeting. Okay, we are still on page 44. Those two go together, right? The 470 and the 34?
Yep.
Not covered by grant, okay.
Hmm.
And Frame Street, 30,000. Is that just to fill the potholes or what are we doing there? Sorry.
To you, Madam Mayor, that's to put a layer of asphalt in there because it's too hard to turn chip and it's too hard to maintain as gravel, but just the way the houses and the way the road is shaped and it pretty well has to be paved to get the water to run. I think previously we thought 50, but we have recent quotes for less.
Okay. Dan and then Phil?
I've been on that Frame Street and it's terrible, really. The trail is actually better than the street itself.
Yeah.
Philip?
I was just gonna ask, it goes from 38 to the T, or is it more than that?
The T at the tracks, or you mean up farther?
Up further?
Yeah, it goes up just past the Juan's house, just up
Okay.
where it goes flat there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Duncan, go ahead.
Through Madam Mayor, is this considered a hard top road? And
Yes.
how did it rank on the roads need study?
Is it in the roads need study?
It has a hard top on it right now.
Yeah,
Which
so
doesn't even look like a hard top, but it's supposed to be.
Doesn't look like.
I know it seems crazy, but we're working towards this road need study. And so I need to even if we don't use it for this decision, I need to understand the ranking and how this road ranks in the road need study.
They haven't even done work on it in over 26 years. That's how old that hard top is.
Bill and then Dan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The next one is Henderson Road. Would it be feasible or even practical just to pulverize it this year, put some money away and surface it the following year? It purely is a cost-saving measure.
To you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to look it up and see what the cost of the pulverizing of that section is, but I think I was talking to Steve about it, and I think it's $30,000 or something to pulverize that section.
So that's $1 million plus savings this year.
Yeah, then next year you have to come up with $1 million. That's, you know. No, he's on to Henderson
Thank
Road
you.
now. I know.
You can give it to me later.
No.
Okay, Dan?
Steve, you can just give me one later.
I was gonna talk on Frame Street again.
Oh, are you?
Sure.
Let's go back.
Okay.
But the
Mr.
public,
Steve, you're disrupting the meeting. here.
I'm sorry.
Just give them the roads need study.
previous
There you go.
Public Works was going to do that section.
Yes,
Previous Public Works was going to do Frame Street.
yeah,
Right.
Well, thank you.
yeah, and that's why it's on.
It just didn't get done last year.
You give one to me.
No, it didn't get done. I don't think it was budgeted for last year. I don't think
This
so.
is B and C.
When they were doing the tracks, I think that's when we got the price from the people doing the tracks.
Yeah, I think he had a few small streets that he was gonna do with so much of his budget, but he didn't get it done.
Yeah.
Okay, now. Back,
Go back to-
back,
We can go back to Henderson.
back to the Henderson Road.
He's
Sorry,
like, oh, it's $8 million.
we did.
So we gotta come up with $1 million next year.
Oh. Well, the weight that I'm putting on this, I don't care if it's on there or not. If it's recommended to be done and we know it's so bad, it needs to be done, whether it's listed or not. Oh, is it? There you go. Yeah,
Now.
so we'll only take out of this what we want. Put your mic on.
Okay, so to answer this question, I just wonder why we're choosing. So if the numbers on this road need study are not going to change and the surface condition PCI, which is the number we're going to go by, if this is not the worst road in our municipality, why, as council, should we put it at the top of the list?
We really haven't. They have. This is what Steve was talking about, in that some of the things that are in here are not what we would recommend. But I think back to Frame Street, This is one that was supposed to be looked at last year. Not necessarily that it was budgeted, but that it needed to be fixed because it was so bad. And to have it on this year probably is costing us an extra 10,000 if we had have done it last year. So, and it is a mess. It's a small street, but it's a mess.
So. Can I,
Go ahead.
sorry, I'm not trying to get hung up on this, but
You are.
we paid for a road need study.
Yeah.
Right? So if we paid for it, we should follow it within reason.
No, that's not necessarily. This is a guide. And I think as the Public Works have told us, it's not that good of a guide. So treat it with suspicion and common sense. And I think we need to listen to the recommendations of the roads department. This is a guide from people who do not live in our area, do not know a lot about the usage of some of these roads, and therefore have not given us a quality report that we expected for our money. Is that fair judgment of this document?
I believe that's fair, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
To look at the now needs and try to make an argument to say it's on here, but it's not at the top, we should be doing it. Street that's at the top, if memory serves, is Ann Street. So should we be doing Ann Street? I don't think so. So any kind of argument based on that piece of paper in your hand rather falls apart if you disagree with the top two or three. And so, yes, pardon me. Oh, are they alphabetical?
That's why.
So there we go. Ann Street's at the top because of, are the numbers, the PCI numbers beside it? Which doesn't matter.
Yes, they are. Which is the surface.
Anyhow, now we're getting bogged down with this
Yep,
report. Let's
exactly.
save that for our nighttime reading and we'll discuss it another time. But right now we're still at Frame Street of 30,000. And the next is Henderson Road at $1 million. Councillor Everett suggested, is it a possibility to put it into gravel for this year and look at hard topping it next year? Steve's, isn't it often normal to put something in gravel for a year, let it settle, and then hard top it?
I would say that in the case, I mean, certainly that's been done, but to say that there's $1 million worth of savings there is maybe short-sighted. It's going to take, I think in the budget is $1,040,000. It's going to be $40,000 at least to pulverize that. It's about 5 kilometers, so 30,000 kilometers. $1 a square meter. It's going to be about 30,000 to pulverize it if we're lucky. It'll be another few thousand to shape it and pack it and make it roadworthy. So that takes it down to $1 million. As Councillor Everett said, $1 million worth of savings. We do it next year. The way the cost of surface treat is going up, you have saved nothing because it will be $1,050,000 to do it next year, not counting the pulverizing. You still have to reshape it the next year when you go to do it. You don't have to pulverize it, but you have to reshape it and repack it before you do it the next year. It's putting off an expenditure. If you want to permanently leave it as a gravel road, that's a council decision that you can certainly make. But if you're going to do it, you need to do it, I believe.
Okay.
As Tony talked about earlier, potholes on potholes. That's an example of potholes on potholes. is a road of cold mix right now.
Okay, so Susan?
And just a comment on Henderson Road, when we first joined council, we got to take a tour, and I remember we were taken up the Henderson Road. Not all the way, but it was. And that's quite alarming because it was as it was.
Okay,
This is.
all right, so for now, it stays in there. The next is payment preservation program. This is on 38 Highway, I believe, for 973,000.
Madam
Nick.
Mayor, is that 973 all 38 or is it, could you break it down, please? And thank you.
Yes, Steve Gould could break that. Yes, about 750 is 38. Sorry, what?
What's up on the screen?
Oh.
Yeah, micro 5.5 kilometers. Yeah.
It's Evergreen to the waste site, not all the way to Parham.
No. That's 5.5 kilometers of micro.
So Eagle
But we
Lake,
have to crack seal some more too. That's, I think crack sealing's in there too, right? Yeah.
It doesn't have the finish. It's about, Counselor, it's about 750 for 38. And the other 223, 735 is on, go ahead, Steve. Arden Road North, Arden Road South, I believe.
I think our Oak Flats and Second Lake.
Ardock Road, it says up there,
Dock Road, yeah,
North and Henderson Road.
and Henderson Road North, Highway 7 to the church, because that needs something on it before it starts to fall apart too, so.
So while the person's out here doing 38, then he would move into the other areas, right? Or she
Two
or
different
them?
county directors.
Oh, is it?
The thing we're trying to do here is that what's habitually happens is the road sits there and just decays until there's nothing left of it. As soon as they start to crack up, or in the case of surface treatment, if you can put something on it, like making sure it has I equate it to a house, making sure the roof is okay so the water runs the heck off it. And you can maintain your road a lot longer. I know the county of Lanark is getting surface treated roads to last certainly 20, sometimes 25 years, because they're always on top and putting another top on them. It's less expensive to do that than it is. And we have, when I say we, Steve has some good examples, because you were really the pusher to get that done on Long Lake Road, Mountain Grove Road, the two that hook together. That road is abysmal and it was getting worse and worse. And then I can remember driving home from the cottage one day going, what the heck have they done now? And there was this sort of black top on it. What's happened in that particular case is instead of having somebody out there patching every week, you're going probably a month now without patching. Before it was every time there was a rain, there had to be a crew of patching. So the stuff has proven itself, and we just like to make sure that happens. An example of which Steve might hit you with in the future is Crow Lake Road was put in 4 years ago, maybe. It's an asphalt road. It should have Reclamate on it probably next year or the year after. And again, that Reclamate seals that top service and saves it for you, rather than having to look at Henderson Road and going, worst road I've seen in my life, pretty much, except for Ferguson. Thanks. It was too much there.
Okay. So no more questions on that one. The only thing left on this one is pave the childcare intersection. $16,000. How much are we paving? Just a little section
Just to.
where the big holes are?
Yeah, where the big holes are up to the childcare center, and then a little apron onto can't remember, never remember the name of that little, Art Duffy Road, yes.
Okay.
It's just because it's too hard to maintain. The gravel goes right to the edge of 38, and we have to get the grader out there, and it's out in the traffic, and it's always full of potholes. It's a concern.
Well, we're talking about roads off of 38. Not Dixon Crescent. What's the one at the top of the hill? Gordon, no, Dixon Crescent. The top of the hill.
Top of the hill is
That
Dixon,
goes down
yes.
by the school. Any thoughts of just making that gravel and grading it? Because what they've got there now, and for 17 years, we've told them we're going to fix it and we can never afford to fix it. But maybe it's time just to make it gravel and grade it, because it's broken up surface treatment and it's a mess. And it is right in the village, and we would have hoped maybe some of this money could be offshooted to that, but it can't. So I'd like us to take a look at making it gravel.
All in favor?
You guys have a look, but I think you need, I think if you talk to the people who live on that road, they would say to you, if you can make it gravel and keep the dust down, we'd be happy to have it.
Gordon
Because-
Crescent is exactly the same though.
Gordon Crescent has a whole base issue because it's like this.
Yeah.
Again, that's a road. I know it's quite built up, but the pavement on it is bad. Anyway, there's a major list, but that's my 2 cents for that. Okay, Sandome, $100,000 tarp. We gotta have a tarp. Okay,
Let's speak to that.
I think it was in from last year. We voted on
So-
that already.
so
Yeah,
that's,
who said that? It's from the Deer.
Yes.
did it get done?
No,
No.
It didn't get done.
no, they weren't able to come and do it until later, like this fall, so. They're coming first thing in the spring when we're done, and then Sandome will be empty so they can get in there and get the tarp on.
Okay, so did we set aside money for that from last year?
That
Is
money
that
would be,
part of the 1.7?
yes.
Okay, so it's an in and an out, in and an out.
Yeah. It was in the 2023 council approved budget. It didn't get spent, so the money didn't get transferred from reserves
There you
into our actuals. So it's still in reserves.
Okay,
I tried to give the KISS answer.
keep it simple. That's good. Dan,
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to go back a little bit on the crack ceiling. Was that two different companies that did the crack ceiling, like in Parham there, after the first plow, I did talk to you, Steve, about how it come up. Was that two different companies or was it just different tar or?
Through you, Councilor Smith, or Mayor Smith, sorry. No, it's the same company. I had, one of the foremans out and was looking at it. It's actually the stuff that's over top of the crack that peeled out, the stuff that's in the crack is still in the crack. So they, just like they went wider this time for some reason, could maybe different workers or something.
okay. Okay. New AVL provider.
That's the thing with trucks.
Okay,
Like we said.
oh, that's the computerized thing,
Yep.
whatever that is. Okay, so that's to add more of them?
To you, Mayor Smith, yes, that's, we didn't have enough to do all the trucks. We did all the big trucks, the graders, the loaders. But some of the new pickups that we purchased, and if we go ahead to purchase this tandem, we'll have to put one in it too, so 20,000 should cover the rest of our fleet.
Okay. All right, any more questions on 44? Philip
So I'm
and
assuming
Lynn?
there's a subscription agreement for that somewhere else in the budget.
It's about just a couple of two.
Okay.
Michael's looking it up here.
There's two things, Counselor, is this is hardware and additional hardware. And yes, there is a monthly, whatever, $1,100 a month or something we pay for
Yeah,
that.
no, that's, I assume.
Okay, Lynn?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was looking at the road needs study. Year-to-date actuals, there's 2 lines. So I wondered why there were 2 lines there. And if you even add those 2 together, it doesn't equal the amount that Steve said the road needs study cost.
This is 18,000 roughly.
Yeah, it's 14,120 and 3562. Why are there 2 lines, first of all, and then part 2, it doesn't add up to the amount you said that the road needs study cost.
So first of all, I'd have to get on the same page. So which page are you on?
Oh,
Because I'm
40
making the GPS note and trying to.
44,
There, thank you. Okay, I'm on 44.
okay,
Second
and
step,
pardon?
second step is where,
It's just above the AVL provider.
okay, so I can look into it further, but costs would have come in and because we've had the Roseney study set up before that wasn't approved. Somebody saw that GL number, coded it, and we entered it to it. So they should be in the same one. I can certainly do a journal entry and put them in the same one.
So do we have another bill coming to finish bringing it up?
Absolutely.
And we're holding off on that until we're happy with the road need study.
Thank you for
So
your,
it's not going to be another, it'll show another expense at some point in time of another amount.
It's still considered obviously a draft.
Mhm.
And there's all kinds of stuff that's incorrect with it right now.
Okay.
We need to go to page 45. It is 2:15. We've got about 40 minutes left to go. So I would suggest that we look at the capital here. And maybe we can actually get through this page. All right. Anything at the top? Loan interest, Michael already explained that. Crow Lake Road loan, that was in there. The other loan. Transfers from reserves to reserves. So. Capital. The first capital one is revenue from other municipalities.
That is the Canada Community Building Fund from the county.
Okay. That's the bridge.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, that's the gas
Oh, that's
tax
the
money, but
gas
it's
tax.
money that flows through the county and then they divvy it up
Right.
to us.
Okay. And OCF, so this is revenue. This first little pile here.
Correct. So the OCIF funding did actually go down. You'll see it's at 996,000 versus 810. We didn't use all of it. So whatever we didn't use will go to the deferred revenue and come in 2024.
Okay. And then that's the end of Public Works. It does. So we're at 6,928,601. Yes.
I'm trying to phrase this really, really nicely.
Okay.
Okay,
Good.
so please take that in. There's no grant programs out there. Like, I know you guys are really, really busy. I'm not trying to hurt, but there's nothing coming down the mix. No words you've heard that there's any money coming from any level of government that we can apply for road work.
There is for fun, but not for practical. Sorry. You know, you can build parks and you'll get money for it, but you won't get money to maintain those parks, nor will you get money for your roads. But Toronto made a deal to get their big major roads back to the province. So you can bet that we are going to be asking to get them to look at ours as well. Can't trade them a whole island, but maybe there's some crown land we could give them.
Give them, yeah. Give them 38.
Duncan, sorry, that was my rant.
No, no problem. It's through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Gowdy. When the gentleman did the Frontenac County presentation the other day about the communal services, I looked up the grant that he was talking about, and there's a lot of grants out there from municipalities, especially around green funding. So if we were to come around, for example, to some more environmentally friendly options for vehicles, I know that there was some grant money in there for environmentally friendly option for vehicles. Just something to consider.
Fire trucks, yeah. Maybe we could get a electric fire truck? No?
A helicopter.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Susan.
Just a comment on electric vehicles and in terms of trucks. The Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, they have a plan as to how they're going to phase in electric vehicles. And they're not even looking at trucks until maybe 2045. Because they have to travel so far, they're just not a practical thing. But
Yeah,
that's just a comment.
and we don't have a lot of charging stations around. I think, well, the closest would be Perth.
Yeah.
And they're very expensive to put in a charging station. Like I hear they're like $25,000. So it's not like you're going to be popping them all over the place.
There's grant money available for that as well.
Yeah, there'd want to be lots of it. Susan?
Just a follow-up comment, and not that I have any particular knowledge about electric vehicles, but the other thing that I've heard is that they are much, much heavier. And so you would have to factor that in to the wear and tear on our roads, I would think.
Steve, did you have something?
Just, if you will, thank you, Madam Mayor. Follow up on Councillor Gowdy's question. I've been tooting the same horn saying for 38, we need some kind of help somewhere, and I don't know what's going to happen. On a lesser level, we're teaming up with South on a number of things. One of them is crack sealing, I believe. I just signed off yesterday saying, yes, we're interested. They're doing micros as well. So we're jumping on the same tender as they have. They're doing surface treatment. They do more surface treatment than most counties do in the south. So we're jumping on the same. So it means our costs should be about their cost. Mind you, when you're talking about Henderson up there, it's quite a long ways away from south. So I'm not, holding my breath to think that we're going to get great stuff. But there has to be a break point because we're not alone. And we have the 38 highway. And if you've heard me kind of mumble between the lines of what we're going to do, there are culverts there. We replaced a culvert. You guys replaced a culvert at Godfrey in an emergency situation. You might be aware it was 70 grand to put it in, and it wasn't low. And I've talked to some of you counselors about when you're driving along 38, just look at how high you are off the terrain. And where it's down 25 feet, that's a culvert. In order to put that culvert in, you have to have barriers up so that nobody's crushed in there. It's very expensive to put those culverts in, and it's really beyond what we can afford. This year we're, and 750,000 on 38 that gets us, I think it's 5 kilometers, 4.5 or 5. We're still a long ways away. We're just to York Road, barely. And we're still a long ways away from even Parham. And then once you get to Parham, you have to start making some decisions about, you've got 2 north-south routes there. So you're absolutely right to ask that question. We need help some way. And as you point out, there's a lot of money for fun right now, but not much for the real hardcore stuff.
For sure. Susan?
Do we have any more information about the infrastructure bank that the province has been talking about? The provincial government has put a certain amount of money into this infrastructure bank. I'm not sure if they have sent out any details about it. It's just, news articles that I've
So through Madam Mayor, Councillor Irwin, and I'm not sure if you mean Infrastructure Ontario. So that is where, when we go out for a loan, we go to RBC, our bank, and Infrastructure Ontario to get a loan. So when you're talking to the bank, I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing. So I'd have to look into that. That's why I was just wanting to clarify if it was Infrastructure Ontario you meant.
I'm not entirely sure. I just recall, reading a news article about the money that Mr. Ford's government was putting aside for infrastructure.
Okay, I'll look into it. But the other thing I wanted to add about Road 38. So again, just looking at citywide, and the data going in may not be correct, but I believe it was in about 8 years. It said we need to spend $9 million on Road 38. If prudent investor passes when we bring it back, the rough calculation at a 4% return would be we'd have to put in $1.1 million a year to get that $9 million out in 2030. So we'd get 1.3 million return, which we wouldn't have to tax levy to the residents, but it still means $1.1 million that we would have to try and find out of the magical air to put in. So it's pretty depressing.
Okay, I'd like to suggest we go on to page 46, which is waste, while we have the roads folks here. And if we can finish this up, I think we'll call it the end of the day. We are at page 46. There's street lights there as well. So our revenues is 193,000. And we're estimating 153,760.
New sheets say 200.
Sorry, we're 210 in total after we
total,
get through
yeah.
the tipping fees. And then we have the expenses at the bottom of this page. So everything's pretty normal there. Page 47. We still are monitoring Wilkinson's. And Road 38. So we've got $58 expended, Michael, on a $31,000. Is that netted out too?
No, the salaries are always a fun issue between Public Works and Waste. We budget a certain way in FMW and ADP. It doesn't always line up. It's a formula that automatically comes over through a journal entry. It balances overall, I assure you, just not amongst the different departments. So it's something still on my agenda to work on.
So basically ignore the actuals until you get down to something like,
For the salaries, yes.
yeah, down to Kirk. So 3882 revenue for Kirk. We're budgeting to pay 9,000. I don't understand that one. Is that what the difference between what it cost us and what they pay us for the recycling?
I know that we are paying 4 payments to Kingston Area Recycling Center. And then I know we get some revenue back occasionally, but I don't believe always. And that's why there's a difference.
So do you believe we got $11,000 back?
I could see us getting less than that back. So yes,
So there's something not right with that number.
I'm still trying to find where you're at, Madam
Oh,
Mayor, to be honest.
72,330. Household recycling, Kirk. $9,000. And our
Oh, there.
actuals are 3882.
Credit. Okay. one
Revenue,
sec.
negative 30. There's, yeah.
There's something there. Mhm.
Do you want to go to page 48 while Michael's looking that up?
That is a payment that came through from Paymentus, but I don't believe.
That's not the
I'll
right.
look into it further, but it's not a negative expense in this case.
Money that came through from whom?
Paymentus is the credit card provider that we use.
Oh,
That
yeah.
where the resident pays the fee if they choose to use the credit cards.
Oh,
Mhm. Okay, Nikki has a question.
Nikki, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to page 47.
47?
Back to 47, before you flipped 8,
Oh,
you said you were
okay.
gonna go to 48. I wanted
Okay.
to ask one. The waste, hazardous waste, it says day here, but I assume that means it's the hazardous waste depot we're creating up at Olden? No? Well, we spent $3,000 on it. So for a
That's
day we didn't have,
72,340.
yeah.
So something's been charged into there. Bill?
And thank you, Madam Mayor. That's probably the sea cans and transportation from the 25 or $28,000 we budgeted last year for hazardous waste depot.
Okay. It's
What-
72,340.
And that's great, but what are the 4 numbers before that, please, Madam Mayor?
Oh, 10,080
Got that? Yep.
dash 0850.
50, thank you. So $3,000. Township of South Frontenac facility usage.
Oh.
So that must be when the residents go and do that very easy process of take your car in, drop it off. It was amazing, to be honest. That's what that is for.
Okay,
And it probably, I can change the name, we can work on what to change it to, but Household Hazardous Waste Day was where that money went to a long time ago.
okay.
Bill,
Anything else on that page?
No, that answered it.
No,
Go to
okay.
49 is where you're.
So page 48.
No, but what you're talking about is on 49.
Okay, page
going.
48.
Oh, I'm talking to Bill, not you.
Alright, bossy.
So.
There's Kirk again.
I don't remember. Did you find it, Bill?
So that the money coming in must be shared between the different disposal sites?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, white goods, we're budgeting 4 and we spent 13, almost 12.5.
What's a white good?
That is
Metal and white goods.
1080, 0814, 72, 335.
Was that from you, Madam Mayor? Sorry.
10, 080,
Right.
0814,
Yep.
72, 335.
Thank you. So metal and white goods expenses, yes.
It's $12,574.
Correct. A dump fee and roll off, first quarter billing, waste quarterly billing. That's what I'm seeing here as explanations.
So do you suppose that's for a number of sites and it just got charged out here? Because we're budgeting 4.
It's a potential, but because there's 12 there, so there should be that for the other areas, I believe. Yes, well, that's 11, 8, 16. So,
Okay, the other area has a deficit of 6,570.
Go back to revenue.
No, they have 11,000
in Wemp Road.
16 in Wemp Road.
yeah, the actuals are around 11, 12,000. So I wouldn't mind taking that away, Madam Mayor, and coming back with that and just.
This one.
But Kirk. If you look at the
But you're
Kirk,
looking at- you're looking
Yeah,
at
you're
white
right there,
goods, though.
12,880.
oh yeah, there's
At the
11,000
wash.
there and we're only
That's why I have
budgeting
to
4.
Yeah, and that's what some over here, 4 and
So there's something not right there.
yeah, the metal white, because this is
Bill?
4 as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When did Kimco stop paying us for the white goods?
They did, they paid us up in
There's
revenue.
12,000 in revenue.
Go to revenue
page
and it says
Oh, well, then what was this cost for white goods?
it's a wash. It comes out in the
Is it
end.
a wash?
Yep.
Okay, as long as it's a wash. All right, anything else on page 48? It's all garbage at this point. Okay, we're getting punchy here, at least I am. Okay. Page 49. Pretty much the same.
Yeah, we still have to monitor the Fish Creek one, and that's in
That
regards to
is-
finish that stuff up with.
So ridiculous.
I know.
All right,
Thank you.
so the capital. The capital is for
Compactor.
Compactor.
compactor, 250,000. Probably money well spent.
Sheep's foot compactor. Remember, we got lots of
Yes.
knowledge about what sheep's.
And hazardous waste depot, 30,000. For 280. So transfer from reserves, 528,000. And
250.
transfer to reserves, 254. Okay. So Public Works and Waste Management is a total of $7,212 and $678.
Madam Mayor, can I just
Yes.
ask? So the hazardous waste depot, are we actually going to do that this year?
I think we're hoping to. Steve's,
Okay.
have we got approval? Oh,
Oh,
good,
yeah, we have approval for it.
good,
Mhm.
good. People will really, really be glad of that because they've been storing. Yes, yes.
The hazardous household waste.
And the students we hire may not like it either. Okay, I think we've gotten through both the Public Works and Waste Management. Am I missing anything? No?
No. No, we have set dates.
Anything the Steves want to add? No,
No.
that's a whole different discussion. And it is 2:34, so I think it's time to stop. Well, we're not crippled in our chairs.
We should look at dates for January.
We have motions. A motion,
So we
maybe?
can put other dates.
Yes. Philip,
Can we also do another resolution to ask that staff share with council their presentations from today?
do we need a resolution for that?
I
Yes.
don't know.
Do
I
you,
think so.
do you, oh, all of the ones they presented?
Yes,
Presented
please.
like the
Okay.
chief and public works. Yeah.
We can do a motion,
Okay.
okay? All those in favor? Carried.
We'll just wait till. I haven't even got the paper, I'm gonna grab the resolution. Well, I will write, I'll send it to.
So that all the budget presentations be forwarded to council.
Yep.
Can you go ahead and just look them off fill it out, please?
Oh, we killed a lot of trees.
Philip's the next one, then I can fill it out.
Okay, everybody grab your calendars.
You can just put my name.
All right.
Let's look at January. Council meeting is the 9th and the 23rd. So the week of the 15th,
We're busy the 17th, Mayor.
17th is county council.
Yep.
The week of the 22nd or the week of the 29th.
The 22nd, 4 of us are in
Toronto.
On to Roma.
So
So the 18th and 19th.
What's wrong with week of the 8th?
we have regular council that week. We try to not have two back to back, but it's harder and harder. The 4th,
Can't do the 4th. Can't do anything that week. I can't.
that's just back to work and I don't know. When, Michael, you'll be ready?
We're
When
pretty much ready now. I mean, I think there's a lot of things I learned from today that can be fine tuned, whether it be for this year or next year.
And more
Um,
bills. When's the last of your bills typically in?
I've asked the managers just yesterday to have them in by like the 25th of January.
We have everything.
So can I suggest then we go to the last week of January? When we've got all of those bills in, we're closer to having a year-end amount to work with.
So all of the bills may be in by then. We may or may not have the check run done at that point, and so just to give forewarning. And then, of course, there's year-end adjustments, which won't be till March.
Right. Which is why we typically didn't finish budget till after the year-end stuff.
But we'll be closer, and I could reprint this version to version adjustment report with the 2023 actuals there.
Okay, what about Monday, the 29th? Are Mondays better than, Nikki, what's better for you? Tuesdays
Mondays, Tuesdays, or Wednesdays
are better.
are better for me. Yeah.
So how about Monday, the 29th? Duncan? Okay. Dan, 29th work for you? Who else is working full-time? Philip, 29th.
Enough morning.
Okay, all right, let's set it for the 29th. And again, I think we need to set it for the day and hopefully we won't need a day.
And we'll have lunch and everything.
Yeah. Budget day, the 29th.
How's the hall? Do you know if the hall's available?
I'll email and find out.
Okay.
If not, we can probably use the fire hall if we need to.
Right.
Okay, sounds good. Now, I have a motion.
Motions.
Moved by Philip Smith, seconded by Duncan McGregor, that the presentations from Fire and Emergency Service and Public Works be provided to council. All those in favor? Carried. And I have another motion. Tick, tick, tick. Moved by Nikki Gowdy, seconded by Philip Smith, that bylaw 2023-67, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting held December the 15th, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed this 15th day of December 2023, and further that this meeting be adjourned until 6 p.m. Tuesday, January the 9th, 2024, said meeting to be held at Soldiers Memorial Hall, Charlotte Lake.
We forgot to do that one first.
Oh,
Because that's the presentation.
sorry, I take that back, folks.
Yeah. we have-
I have another motion moved by Philip Smith, seconded by Nikki Gowdy. The council received the draft budget as presented by the treasurer for information. All those in favor? Carried.
Probably should have done that first. before-
Sorry, there were too many pieces of paper, everything got mixed up. Okay, now bylaw 2023-67, as I just read. All those in favor? Carried.
Yes. What's this one say?
There you go.
I was wondering, Michael had them in the office.
So, Madam Mayor, as I suspected, Aaron's gotten back January 29th, is available at the Oto Hall, so we will be here. So it's booked now. Thank you, Aaron.
Before everybody leaves, just wanted to say that the Kennebec Rec Committee is having a raffle on Monday for Toronto Maple Leafs versus the Senators game on December 27th. And I have tickets here. If anybody's interested, come see me.
we hopefully won't
Christmas.
have to be back together between now and 10, 11 days from now.
But you never know. Never say never. There's nothing planned, Madam Mayor.
Good.
Everybody.
Yes. And to all of the staff.